They say stories never die. Some just won't stay buried. And on Freaky Friday, they return.
Welcome to the second annual Freaky Friday Flash Fiction competition. I'm your host, Kaufman, and today we're going to be reading some scary, some supernatural, some spooky stories that are really going to get your blood curdling. Welcome to the WriteNow community. I'm Kaufman, daily writing streamer, 650 consecutive streams, and this is our 6th trademark major holiday writing event. You found yourself at the Freaky Friday, a flash fiction competition. This is an event unlike any other. Essentially, writers were given an opportunity to craft stories within a particular genre, whether that was supernatural, dark fantasy, horror thriller, or maybe do a genre mash of something in between. Once they submitted those stories, we accepted them as semi-finalists into the live stream, and that is what you will be seeing today, day 1 of 2 of the Freaky Friday Flash Fiction competition. When we get through the competition, I will be narrowing down our stories to the top 12. The top 12 winners will be published in the Freaky Friday anthology. And I also created a special genre mashup challenge. We'll be talking about this challenge more tomorrow as writers embarked on a difficult feat to write a story that combined all 3 genres. So we'll be hopping into that tomorrow, and we are stoked. I'm so happy to have all you here, and we're going to see just what craziness we are up to today. But before we get too far into it, let me welcome, because we have guest authors who will be joining us for the live readings of some of these stories submitted by the writers in the community. I am so pleased to be joined by our very own Mama Maggie. Welcome, welcome, my friend.
Hello, lovelies.
And Mama Maggie, for anyone in the community who doesn't know you, quick intro.
I'm Mama Maggie Ward, independent author, stroke survivor, migraine overcomer, host of All the Words August and All the Words October Routine Building Challenge with my lovely co-host, Shylee the Clingy Feral. And I am here to help with the spooky, spooky reads.
Ooh, and Mama Maggie, I have to say, what's your costume today? I absolutely love that you got the face paint going on.
I am a lovely little monarch butterfly. I have my
wings.
Butterfly,
a monarch butterfly.
Yes, monarchs migrate through Colorado, so I love them. We are very lucky. There is a huge conservation movement here in Colorado for monarch butterflies. And a black and white butterfly that looks like a monarch, but it's just as black and white as newsprint, called a Wiedemer's Admiral, which is one of the few butterflies that actually will fly up to and live in the mountains above 10,000 feet.
Oh, wow. Do these butterflies have any magic?
I know. Other than they're enchanting.
Well, I think we actually have some stories today which are going to be enchanting with some dark, dark creature types. So I know we definitely, I know when I first read some of these stories submitted by you, the writers in the community, I was kind of scared of a couple of them, but scared for all the right reasons.
Oh, some of them are like, wait, what? Where? Wait, no! Yeah. I'm not a horror writer, so I didn't submit to this one, but there are some amazing talents coming through here with the stories that are just fabulous and spooky spookies.
So we're going to be hopping into the stories in just a bit. Make sure you stick around, grab your popcorn, kick back, and relax because we have some great stories for you today. Now, before we get into the story readings, let's pull up our schedule for the day. So let me cue up our schedule here. There we go. Perfect, perfect. So this is our schedule for Friday and Saturday. We have some excellent stories planned. We're going to be kicking it off with Dead Girl by Paul Inman, which is going to be a spooky, great way to kick off the live event. We have some fun stories. Today we are focusing specifically on the supernatural stories, where with the supernatural, and then we will be focusing on the thriller and horror stories. When we think about what our writers were tasked with these stories, the writers were given a challenge with their supernatural story. They were challenged to create a creature type, or they could play on a previously existing creature type and do it as a revised, new, updated version of it. We have some updated creepy creatures today. And then when we look into our thriller and horror stories later on, they were challenged with creating a mystery or a twist that really surprises us, that really challenges us, and really makes us enjoy the ride. So these are the tasks that our writers were challenged with. Now, as you can see, we're going to be queuing up our stories back to back. We're going to be joined by other guest authors in the community as we go through the readings. And then we have a special interview set up. So last year, and Mom Maggie, I don't know if you saw, did you join us for last year's competition?
No, I did not join
I
right
think
now.
I think you found out about us
Until-
shortly after, right?
Yeah, it was shortly after. It was in December that you and I encountered each other, and then I joined the Read Now
Mm-hmm.
community, Right Now and Read Now community for the book reviews when we were doing the book reviews and the author interviews, and
Mm-hmm.
for the spring. So I was here in January, February for the books that we were reading for the
Mm-hmm.
spring.
I think you knew about us though during the Right Now-a-thon, right at the end of the year.
Yes,
Yes,
yes.
yes. So very cool. I'm so glad to be able to have you join us this year. You're absolutely incredible in our conversations with stories, and I think we can both agree we have some really creepy stories this year.
We do have some really creepy stories. We have, and the thing is, here's the thing is, some of the creepiest stories, I know the authors, and they're the nicest, most, I don't want to say normal because that's a setting on the dryer, but they're the sweetest people, and you get their stories, and you're like, why would you write this?
I'm curious where these writers get their inspiration from for these spooky stories. If you're a writer in the community and whether you've submitted a story for the competition or maybe you've written in one of these genres before, where does your inspiration come from? I would love to hear. How do you get the ideas for these super creepy stories? Let's see. I will throw
And
that up.
how do you twist them? Because there are some of them that have some really unexpected twists, and it's how do you twist them to give them that personal little edgy touch that makes it different from the other things that have popped up in this genre?
Honesty, you're like, that's a setting on the dryer. It's funny. I've always been a fan of the thriller horror genre. And it's interesting because there's so many things that are done and then redone again. So I think trying to find a twist, trying to find something that hasn't been done before can definitely be a challenge. It really
Yes,
can.
absolutely.
Hmm. I ask myself if I were to embark on writing a scary story, of which maybe that'll happen at some point in the future. If I were to embark on writing a scary story, what would I focus on? My thing with stories is like, all right, I want to do something that hasn't been done before. I want to do something spooky, something creepy, and something that really scares but is unexpected in a way that serves the story.
Yeah, see, I'm the kind of person who I find my favorite quote of all time
Mm-hmm.
um, by W.R. Williams is, "I don't fear monsters or demons. I fear
Mm-hmm.
what real people do to real people."
Mm-hmm.
And growing up in the generation where we watched a lot of Stephen King's early movies in the theater. Yes, dating myself here. We watched them before most of the audience was born. You
Mm-hmm.
know, I grew up with that kind of horror that just seeps into your soul.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's like I'm like, yeah, no, I don't, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
Yeah, and I mean it's really interesting because I think we have to come up with really interesting scares and twists, and especially with like the Stephen King and the Stephen Kings of the world, right? I feel like sometimes it's hard to come up with something that feels original. I can tell here in the chat, and by the way, I love seeing all you guys here in the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. For everyone just hopping in, we're just queuing up for our Freaky Friday competition. We'll be kicking off our first story in just a bit. We're going to be doing a live reading and then hopping into a live discussion. Make sure you stick around. We're going to do live voting, and I'm going to let you help us determine which stories should make the Freaky Friday anthology. Which ones are your favorite? Which ones are the scariest? So we'll be starting that off in just a bit. But let's see what everyone had from the comments. So I was curious, how do we come up with ideas for spooky and scary stories? Like, where does our creativity come from? White here, I absolutely love this. I just have a messed up brain space. Like, you and me both, my friend. This always reminds me, like watching kid-friendly spooky stuff. Mr. Boogedy, Tales from the Crypt Keeper, Black Butter Growl, Undertaker Clips, Afraid of the Dark, and other stuff. Definitely a lot of really good inspiration there. And it gives your mind like thinking like, okay, how can I do some of these stories differently? How can I create something that's going to be a little spookier than what I just experienced? Courtney, like fear is a good start. Like, how do we create fear in somebody when we're trying to develop that skill set for creating something spooky? Let's see. NDL Tillery. Always glad to have you joining us, my friend. Of course, also known as the Mistress of Horror. Like, perfect for the vibe. Like, creepy things tend to intrigue me, so as the Mistress of Horror, I'm always thinking of a way to scare you. And I think that's so much fun. For anybody who's a fan of this, of like the scary, the creepy genre, you kind of know what to expect. So you're always asking yourself, how do I do jump scares, or how do I do scares in a way that feels authentic? And you're like, I heart horror romance. What is horror romance, by the way? I'm trying, because technically that's dark romance, right? No, that would, or would that be
horror
different?
romance is different from dark romance.
All right, so fill me in. What is horror romance? I'm like imagining like a scary movie, but then imagining the A story is the scary
See,
movie, and then the B story is the romance plot, or is it the other way around?
the romance the terror is so with dark romance, it's like there's risk and there's terror and there's
Mm-hmm.
unhappiness and there's fear. The
Mm-hmm.
dark, that supernatural element, something creeping in there, and you're not, but usually you survive.
Mm-hmm.
Horror romance is that creeping, sometimes it is love betrayal,
Mm-hmm.
like one of our stories we will be reading. And sometimes, but it is not the one that is going to give you the happily ever after,
Mm-hmm.
or even you survived vibe with
Is
the
White
romance.
is this White Sarah? Is this the setup for a horror romance? Is waking up in Vegas with a ring on your finger and no memory?
Oh no, that's just a holiday weekend.
You're like,
No,
you don't know what
horror
was.
romance would be waking up in Las Vegas with a ring on your finger and a dead person next to you and no memory.
So then we get the
And
dead. Yep.
then
Okay.
being the hunted person
Mm.
because the dead person now blames you.
And the dead person is in a bridal gown, and they're decayed like a zombie.
Or the dead person, or oh, congratulations, you woke up, you are now a vampire. What? No.
I asked myself if I was to do a creature type, if I was to do supernatural, I don't know what creepy creatures I would try to embark on. I was like, how do you invert vampires and werewolves? That have been done 100 times. I was like, oof, I don't know. It's a good question.
Well, it's the idea of
Mm-hmm.
something that has to live on something else.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, vampires drinking blood, that's the normal. That's the
Mm-hmm.
Bram Stoker
Mm-hmm.
vampire going back to gothic romance.
Hmm.
But, there's also different kind of energy vampires that live
Mm-hmm.
off of the souls of the dead or the living. And what if
Okay.
you have the joke about Banicula being the vegan vampire, a
Mm-hmm.
little bunny vampire that sucks the blood of vegetables. Well, I mean, you might find that in California, but that's beyond the point.
Oh, well, I absolutely love that. And I can tell here, Lanya, you said I have an anxious mind that is quite efficient at thinking of worst case scenarios. I've always had full sensory dreams, and especially as a child, my nightmares were quite interesting. Oh, and there's also an emphasis on body horror and pushing the boundaries of what it means to be human while also finding love. This is funny.
Oh, I've
Romance
seen,
with
I've
friends and
I've
shared
read some
stories.
body. I am not a body horror fan. I have read some body horror stuff, and
Hmm.
it's just like I grew up where Kafka
Hmm.
Metamorphosis was
Hmm.
standard reading in junior high.
Hmm. Really?
In in ninth grade, eighth grade,
Hmm.
ninth grade, you're reading about a guy who turns into a giant bug.
Really?
And then, we had the movie The Fly, the original
Hmm.
one with Jeff Goldblum, and
Hmm.
that one was more body horror than anything else. But these
Hmm.
ideas of things parasitizing you,
Hmm.
or things altering you, or your body changing in a way that there's nothing you could do. Um, there was one that the the girl um, went swimming in a pool with eels and then thought she was
Ooh.
pregnant, but it was the eels, and she thought it was the baby kicking and just gas, and it was the
Ooh.
eels eating their way out.
Ooh, that
And
is
it's just like,
creepy.
ew,
That
ew,
is
no, ew.
creepy. And I know The Fly did a really good precedent of setting off a type of body horror for its at the time that it came out. The Fly was definitely a huge classic amongst horror fans. Absolutely. So I think we're definitely going to have some high shoes to fill. For those of you who are just hopping in, welcome to the Freaky Friday Flash Fiction Competition. This is our second Freaky Friday and our third writing competition. For those of you who missed out last year, this was our anthology from the first year of the Freaky Friday Flash Fiction Competition. We had some really spooky stories. We had some scary ones. There was a couple of scary, gruesome ones, and those were the ones that won. I was like, well, that's what the community loves. So that is fun. So make sure you stick around. We're going to be interviewing some of the winners of last year's competition in just a little bit. But who's ready for some scary stories? So let's get into it. We're going to be queuing up our supernatural stories first, and then make sure you stick around. So I'm going to need your help in figuring out which of the supernatural stories are your favorite. So for our supernatural story submissions, we have a couple queued up. Let me get our screen up and loaded here.
Yeah, it's Pride and Prejudice and Zombies is a really fun twist on the zombie apocalypse, and some of the ones that we have, haunted buildings, incarnates of death, ghost stories, cryptids. We have the whole range here.
We really do. We really, really do. And I feel like we have some absolutely great talent in the community, which is going to make trying to decide which story is the spookiest even harder. So these are our supernatural stories that we have queued up. And keep in mind that the task for the supernatural story writers, their task for supernatural was to create a creature type. They are being judged on two things: readability and creating a creature type. Now, the creature type could be a brand new creature that we've never seen before, or it can be a revised version of a pre-existing creature type. So if we're going to see a vampire, how is this vampire going to be unlike any vampire type we've seen before? So you're going to help me be the judge so we can figure out which stories are deserving of making it into the Freaky Friday, the second anthology. Now we have our next stories queued up. So as you can see, these are our stories in the supernatural category. We have Dead Girl by Paul Inman, Where Nothing Remains by Hollow, The Mothman Seeker by Caversby, The Scraping by D.L. Tillery, and Final Curtain Call by Paige Penrose. So these are our stories that we have queued up, and Mama, I can tell we have we have some good talent. Like, this is going to be kind of creepy. And you know what's interesting? And like, I might be biased because I've read all the stories, but every single one does a different type of creature. So
They do. They're all different, and there's some of them that play on that internalized fear that we all have, that feeds the love of horror, that feeds that what if, and it's what do you fear? Because we probably have it in this year's collection.
Awesome. So, Mom Maggie, are you ready? Are you ready for
I'm ready.
For some reading?
I am ready.
All right, let's do it. So what I'll do is I'll kick it off. We're going to be starting off with the first one. I'll let you kick off with the blurb, and we'll get the story all queued up.
Dead Girl by Paul Inman. Some love stories don't end. They rise from the grave. Dead Girl is a dark, haunting journey into obsession, desire, and a twisted romance that defies death itself.
All right, and here we go. We have Dead Girl, and you're ready to begin whenever you're ready.
Every Halloween, I find myself here in the graveyard, waiting for you to appear. The only time I get to see you all year. My skin grows cold whenever you're near. I call you Dead Girl. I don't even know your name. Never bothered to read it off your grave. All Hallows Eve, it's all the same. Every second, I can't get you out of my brain. The first night I saw you, time stood still. The moon was out and the air had a chill. Your ghostly body came out to kill. Your eyes robbed me of my free will. Dark hair with milky white skin, still got the bloodstains stuck on your chin. When my life ends, maybe we can begin. But I'll keep coming every year till then. How could I say goodbye? Can I die to be by your side? How could I say goodbye? Can I die to be by your side? The fog's so thick I can barely see, but I don't need my eyes open to guide me. I just listen to the sound coming from the trees. Finally at your grave, I wait patiently. You've always been my baby, my cemetery lady. Everything you do always seems to amaze me. Come up from the ground, transparent and hazy. I wish I could hold you like you were my baby. 3, 6, 5, since the last time I saw you. Hoping tonight that our plans won't fall through. Thinking of you, that's all I ever do. You remind me of that chick from Saw number 2. It's about that time for you to rise from your grave. Took a bath, got cleaned up, and even shaved. You possessed me, used my body as your slave. Never want to leave, but forever I'll stay. How could I say goodbye? Can I die to be by your side? How could I say goodbye? Can I die to be by your side? 12:30 and still no show? Didn't want to see me again? You should have let me know. Thought we'd always be together, watch our love grow. Got me pissed, now I ain't taking no more. What am I supposed to do without you around? All night listening to these wicked sounds. These tears so deep, I think I could drown. I'ma pull your body from under the ground. How could you think I was so gullible? Head to the truck, gonna grab me a shovel. Moving real fast, gotta hustle on the double. Digging up your grave, hoping not to get in trouble. Grab my shovel, about to do this right. Better get it done before the sunlight, with nobody to come home to tonight, just like the first time I had to take your life. How could I say goodbye? Can I die to be by your side? How could I say goodbye? Can I die to be by your side? And that was Dead Girl.
Wow, wow, wow. I absolutely loved how poetic that was. I feel like I was transported into a world of this character who had been very kind of like, it felt like they had been very morally wronged. Um,
Yeah, they have this connection with this ghost.
mhm,
And then the twist is, oh, you made the ghost.
mhm. Oh man, I was like, even as I look at it, so like when I think about the main character, and this is the question I'll pose, what creature type do you think our main character was?
Serial killer.
Yeah.
No, I think the question is Dead Girl a real ghost or a delusion? Is it all in the mind of the murderer?
Well, you know what? We're going to throw it up to our YouTube community here and see just what you guys think. Do you think our protagonist of Dead Girl was a serial killer, a ghost, a banshee, or a delusion? We would love to hear. Vote now. So I've just done this up for the YouTube community, and I will have to get the live polling for all the platforms in the next vote. So I'll have the live polling for all platforms in the next vote, whether you're joining us on YouTube, Twitch, LinkedIn, Instagram, or Facebook. So welcome, 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 my friends. So when I think about that story, it was so creepy. And I think one of the things that I feel like the style of the rhythm and the style, it feels like it entrances me and it keeps me in the world the entire time.
It's this very
Mm-hmm.
pulling beat.
Mm-hmm.
And it's somebody but you'll notice that when you get down to the end, when the ghost doesn't show up this year, the
Mm-hmm.
personality of the protagonist changes
Mm-hmm.
into, you start to feel that anger, you start to feel the more clipped of their, you didn't tell me you weren't coming,
Mm-hmm.
that offensiveness, and the very language of the person speaking changes. At the beginning, they're waxing poetic. It's a
Mm-hmm.
lovely night in the graveyard for
I
me
mean,
and
you can
my
tell, like, if we compare
So
like the beginning, right? You see, every Halloween, I find myself here in the graveyard waiting for you to appear. The only time I get to see you all year, my skin grows cold whenever you're near. And then if we compare that to the end, grab my shovel, about to do this right. Better get it done before the sunlight, with nobody to come home tonight, just like the first time I had to take your life. You feel it's like more direct. It's more
yeah,
direct in the by the end of it. Um, wow, wow.
yeah. You feel the shift in the personality of the
Mhm,
person, and you feel them getting offended. They're like,
mhm.
"I'm about to pull your body out of the ground."
And that's exactly what it feels like. That is absolutely what it feels like. So, did you feel like did were you able to guess how it was going to end? Like, so when you started off on it, how what were your expectations?
The very first the very first time that I was reading it through,
Hmm.
um, um, I would thought it was more of a haunting situation.
Okay.
And then it was like, then I got this little clue. What do you mean you don't know this person's name? You never looked at the name on the grave.
Hmm.
And then it was like, oh, you stood me up for our date. And
Hmm.
then it was like, oh, you're the murderer. You're the one that put them there.
I absolutely love that. I kind of agree with that. Like, I mean, obviously, when you look at the picture of it, right? When you look at the story cover, clearly, I was like, okay, it's going to be about some type of like ghost or banshee. But then you get into the meat of the story, and you're like, yes, it's about her, but it's a very twisted perspective.
Yeah, yeah. And then you have to wonder, how many dead girls have there been before? How
Hmm.
many dead girls are there going to be after?
Yep, and that is absolutely the truth. And I think you can tell, even with the different elements in it. I think the authors. I think they knew exactly what they wanted to achieve. So I think they knew exactly what they wanted to achieve with this rhythm and with this style. Um, let's see. And then what does our community say? So like I know that we had some great call outs here. Let's see. I think I saw some reminiscent of Edgar Allan Poe. Completely agree with that. It definitely feels like it's that like style where it's like dark, it's twisted, but it really relies on imagery and word choice to tell the story. So, as always, friends, we are a writing community. So when we think about writing, how do we ask ourselves, what can we learn from each piece of writing? What can we take away? And then if I were to go take a crack at the story and improve it, what would I do? How would I go about trying to improve the story? So when I look at this story and I ask myself, what worked really, really well? I think if you're going to do something that's poetic, I think it's poetry really comes down to word choice and rhythm and word choice, right? It's that poetry is like that cross between a story and a song, right? It's not quite a song, but it's also not quite a story, and it really poetry tends to rely on imagery, metaphors, sometimes similes to really paint a picture and capture a feeling.
Yeah, and it goes into this thing. It's standard, four lines per stanza, and
Mm.
then you have these little reprieves where it's you have the same two sentences
And that's interesting,
twice.
right? Like, because
But
a lot of times people would be like, don't repeat it, right? Because it's the same
yeah,
thing. But I think the intentionality, because you have the four and then the two, you can tell there's an intentionality behind repeating it. And then the reader in their mind is adding almost emphasis to the second time it gets repeated, even though there's nothing that changes about the text itself.
yeah, it's
Mhm,
it's this very intentional change in the meter of the poem as you're reading it through, and then you have an actual change in the language
mhm,
later at the end of the poem. So it's very well done. Like you said, I am not a horror writer.
mhm.
The most scary thing I ever wrote was my fungal zombies, and that wasn't horror. That was me griping about the about big food, turning everyone into zombies by putting preservatives and crap in our food that we shouldn't be eating. But
Yeah, what's interesting is I've never embarked on writing a horror story myself. But I asked myself if I was going to, what I would do, because I've consumed so much of the horror thriller franchise.
well,
franchise.
there's parts of The Last Scarecrow that have a very horror-esque feel. While it
Exactly.
is a fantasy adventure,
Hence that's why I go every single day.
There are parts of it.
What was that?
I said, while it is a fantasy adventure, there are parts of it that have this horror-esque.
And who doesn't like the imagery of walking into a dreamy little clubhouse with a nice fire and like comfy seats and like a nice bookshelf, and it's just so cozy until you realize, yep,
the furniture is going to eat you. No, I was thinking of one of the flowers and how the muck was making everybody hallucinate to the point that they were willing to stay there and decay.
I know. I love that.
In their happy hallucination.
In the rough draft, the decay portion of that flower scene was it was like kind of there, but I really had to emphasize it for the second draft. And for anyone who doesn't know what I'm talking about, I'm working on The Last Scarecrow. Most of the community knows, been working on it every day. I'll be launching, let's see, I'll be doing the official book cover reveal next weekend. So the official book cover reveal for The Last Scarecrow will be planned for next weekend, without going off track. So, you, the community, let's see, what were your thoughts? I know we definitely had some dark poetry there. Absolutely loved it. White's here, just like the first time I had to take your life. And that was creepy. That was a really creepy line. You're like, that's one of those moments where then it hits home. You're like, all right, okay, serial killer. Do you think the girl came back as a banshee?
A banshee or a poltergeist is definitely. I feel like a lot of it was in the mind of the serial killer. That she was coming back at all, and then they blamed her for the lives that he had taken since killing her. Say, you possessed me, you made me do this.
Exactly, right? So it was a twisted, like, he killed her, but then he blamed her for all of his future, for every single act he took after he killed her. Did he blame her for him killing her? Was there a moment in there?
No, he doesn't specifically say that. He just says the first time I had to kill her. But like Lanya says, I like how the main character believed he is in love with the dead girl, but is just in love with the idea of the dead girl. To him, she is a prop he feels entitled to, which is a very, very good observation.
And I think one of the reasons that the story is so powerful is because that has happened to the best of us. A lot of the times when we're early on, I know I experienced this many times, where early on in life, when you're still experiencing love, dating, relationships, there's times where you might be infatuated or you might be in love with the idea of someone, something, and have to realize that you're in love with the idea and separating the idea from the actuality of it. And I think that's why the story really resonates, because that is a core, that's like an emotional thing that a lot of humans have experienced and have gone through. So it's always really, really interesting when we deal with things like that. I can tell here, especially when we're going through the story and experiencing the different elements of it. Let's see, it looks like Mom Maggie will be right back. So when we're experiencing the different story elements of it, we always want to ask ourselves, writers, how do we convey an emotion? How do we evoke an emotion so that way the reader feels like they can experience it and get that much closer. Whenever you think of an action at its core, that's something that a lot of people have probably generally experienced, being in love with the idea of something, then you ask yourself, how do I revolve a plot, or how do I revolve a character or a world around it? And then that gives you the essence, that gives you the strategy to create a story that's going to help connect with your readership. So I think that's always a really, really good strategy. I think that's always really, really cool, especially when we're really trying to understand and ask ourselves, like, how do we create this type of storytelling? So let me throw up the poll. I know we polled over here on YouTube, so I was curious. What type of creature was the protagonist of Dead Girl? And I was like, let me see. I'll throw it up on here. It'll look a little interesting with the screen share. There we go. You guys get me twice. So essentially, look at that. Let me see if I can get this. See here. All right. So we got our poll, and essentially the community voted, and we saw here what type of creature was the protagonist of Dead Girl. It looks like our winner was a delusion. 45% thought that the protagonist was a delusion. 33% thought serial killer, 22% ghost, and nobody thought banshee. Interesting. Welcome back, Mom Maggie. What?
Sorry. When the dog was like, "The wind closed the door. I cannot go outside."
That definitely happens all the time when you have pets, doesn't it?
Oh yeah. It's like human slave, come and open the door.
Well, I think the community, you guys definitely voted. I would love to see how we think of these other stories. So we're going to be hopping into our next story in just a bit. I think that first one was an incredible way to kick off the competition. And for everyone just hopping in right now, welcome to the Freaky Friday competition. Let me queue up. We are currently going through our supernatural stories. We just went through Dead Girl, which was our first one. We're next going to be hopping into Where Nothing Remains by Hollow. We're going to be hopping into Hollow's story in just a few minutes as we get to embark into a type of underworld. So we're really going to be challenging what we have next. As a reminder, here is the live schedule for today. For those of you wanting to check it out, see what stories we have queued up, especially if you're wanting to plan and prepare for which story is going to be your important one. Remember, anyone who submitted for the Freaky Friday competition, only 12 are going to be selected for the anthology. So I'm going to need your help in which ones are your favorite ones for each category. So we have 5 for this one. We've just gone through the first one, and I'm super excited. I knew the poem was a good way to kick it off. Well, I almost didn't accept it, though, because it's under word count. So, it kind of went back and forth. I'm like, stylistically, genre-wise, it works. Do you feel, Mom Maggie, that it created a creature type?
I don't know if it really created a creature type so much as it created that horror element of there is definitely something wrong here. There was some kind of haunting evil. But at the end you find out it's not what you expect.
It's interesting. It was kind of a twist. I almost wonder if it would have worked, would have competed better in the thriller horror genre. Now that I kind of think, but it's like a ghost, so that's why it's kind of like a strange.
It is the ghost, but the thing is the ghost is the delusion. It is the serial killers. But then that can be like anything else. It can be its own creature. Like,
Right? And I think that's what's debatable, right? So it's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
is it an illusion? Is it a type of a creature that comes across as
is
an illusion? Is it real? Is it not real? And I think that's the fun part of it, right?
well, it's like this. There's this whole thing in horror, though, that the monsters aren't the scary part. It's the
Mm-hmm.
people. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, Frankenstein is one of the oldest example. The modern Prometheus, the Dr.
Mm-hmm.
Frankenstein's monster is a perfect example of that.
Mm-hmm.
And like if you're a fan of The Walking Dead, you know that the zombies are not the bad part of the apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
It's the other humans around you. So, do humans
Yeah, and I mean that's
who
it's pretty good. I mean
are
the
they
bad guy of
are
the
they a creature? Is the inhumanity of a human,
Mhm.
does that create its own creature? Because in native folklore, especially up around the Great Lakes, they talk about
Mhm.
the Wendigo, and the Wendigo is this
Mhm.
supernatural creature that lives in the forest and
Mhm.
kills people, devours their souls. But
Mhm.
the way you become a Wendigo, a soul becomes cursed to become a Wendigo, is it eats the flesh of another person.
Oh, that's interesting.
So, yeah, it's you know, in the apocalypse, it's the humans that you need to be afraid of.
Well, I think this definitely proves very, very good conversation, very, very good debate, and a great conversation, which is exactly what we want to achieve as storytellers.
Yeah.
So I know I'm super excited. Let's cue us in. Let's hop into the next story. And for everyone just hopping in, welcome to the second annual Freaky Friday, as we're going to hop into our second supernatural story. And we're going to see just how far down under the earth are we about to go. All right, Mama Maggie, I will throw it up. Let me layer this up, and you're good to kick us off.
What Never Remains by Hollow. The flame calls to all souls, and all souls must answer. Traveling through the fog that twists and brings forth memories, some who wander the hidden paths are lost, and some can find their way. The endless fog that clung to skin, I must not falter. Ethereal lights fading in, then disappearing in a blink. I must carry the lost. The quiet creak of bare winter dead branches. A reaper can only survive as long as they do. Footsteps swallowed by silence. Voices echoed dully through the mist. The dead sigh of those who passed. The absent smell of life and light. The rot of decay and death. The murky waters splashed silently as they passed. The withered grass, indistinguishable from the mud, save for a dull green against almost black. They were many once, souls bound together, woven by purpose, sustained by duty, the last fragments of what remained. The lantern's bale bit into their numb fingers, thin remnants of flesh, smoke, and shadow, clanking softly as it swung. Each step sent shivers up their fragmented arms as the lantern's flame trembled. I must find the fire. The words echoed in their ears, in their head, in all the voices that made them whole. I cannot let the lost fade. The lantern's flame fluttered, shivering as though it feared the fog. Lifting it, they peered through the glass. Within it, fractured souls shivered like dying fireflies, balls of light, of life, tethered to them by a will older than memory. One flickered, then vanished as they watched. And with it, something inside them ached. Lowering their arm, they quickened their pace. Paper-thin skin shivered, patches faded like lost fragments. The cost of carrying the lost pressed cold against bone and soul. I cannot fail. Water splashed as they stepped off the edge, freezing, worse than ice. Like the dead were clinging to them. Backpedaling, they fell to the ground, smoke skin shivering with each impact. Faint, fragmented voices echoed through their head, through the many that made them whole. The lights within the lantern pulsed erratically, like frightened hearts remembering how to beat. Can Lake today? Bright, eager, almost too quick. A soft glow of hope trembled at the edge of the flame. Too fast! If we go, drown! Sharp panic, fear breaking through, ripples shivered across the lantern's light like frightened water. Fine. Swam into caves. Dark, daring, reckless, cutting through the quiet. A faint glint of light followed its direction, teasing the path ahead. They rose, fragments of their fading form quivering with effort. Something glinted in the wavering light. Twisted metal, half swallowed by mud. An old lantern. Empty. Forgotten. A chill of sorrow brushed through them, one they could no longer call their own. I cannot enter the water. Carefully, they edged along the waterway. The distant glow stretched and bent as if the fog itself were breathing, taunting them forward, each step, promise and peril. The light twisted through the gloom, dimming, then flaring, as if the bog itself exhaled. They turned, hesitated, then followed the glow. A massive tree blocked their path as vapor swirled around its gnarled trunk, obscuring the way ahead. The lantern swung faintly as they halted and looked up. The flame's reflection crawling across bark slick with mist. Then voices, soft, splintered through the veil. Each word pulled at something deep within their many selves, an ache of recognition without memory. Hey, hear that? Nervous, hesitant, a snap like a twig, an echo caught in the smoke. Go! Too high! Fall! Sudden, panicked. The rough, flaking metal pressed like bark against their palm. Sure. Poisonous? Curious, teasing, almost testing the air. The Reaper's chest shivered. The sound was almost a sob, though they had no lungs left to make it. Lifting the lantern, they peered into its glass. Another glow flickered, fading like a heartbeat, too tired to continue. I must hurry. Stepping over the roots, they gazed toward the shifting light ahead. Twigs snagged their cloak, snapping like distant shouts. A tangling vine reached as if to hold them back. Their breath came in curls of black mist. threading through the air like restless spirits. The lantern rocked. Its light jittered with each step, each breath. Some faded, and with them came a pang of grief pressing at their chest. The mist curled around their legs, tugging, brushing pale fingers against cloak and flame, testing the fragile tether to the remnant of themselves. The light ahead dimmed. I must find the fire. Beyond the contorted tree, the ground firmed beneath their feet. Each step rang sharp on stone, a fragile anchor in the endless gray. The bog held its breath, waiting for them to falter. Water glittered in the flames' light as they peered into the endless black. The souls sighed, a breath leaving the world. Go now. Ancient, cracked, like stone grinding against time. I long. No regrets. Calm, almost drifting, a leaf in a current, soft and slow. Think it's fragile, uncertain, carrying years of memories. The words faded, a weight sliding from their chest like dew evaporating in the sun. They gazed into the fog, willing it to show the way, knowing it would not. Shadows loomed and shrank, brushing against their vision like mocking memories. The glow swelled behind them, a pulse through the fog. Turning, they saw the faint promise of fire, flickering, distant, alive. Without hesitation, they moved toward it. A great darkness followed, whispering teeth against their heel, cold enough to bite through what little remained of their form. I must reach it before it's too late. The fog pressed like wet hands, cold and unrelenting. Whispers scraped at their ears, pulling at the threads that held them together. Faint lights split from the main flame, drifting closer like will-o-wisp. The path beneath them rang faintly, metal clanking underfoot. They stopped, looked down. An old lantern lay shattered, half buried in the water. Its glass cracked, its light dying beneath the weight of the mist. A voice shuddered through the dark, thin, breaking apart. Nearby, a cloak sank beneath the surface, the fabric twisting before it stilled. Vapors rose from it in a sigh, swirling outward to smother the remaining glow. I will fade. The reaper's flame shivered in answer, as though believing the truth. They turned from the drowned light and ran. The flame in their lantern trembled in sympathy, flickering as if mourning. Voices rose behind them in a wail that clawed at the fog. They dropped low to the ground, seeking shelter that would never protect them. And if, then, die. Trembling, desperation exposed. Kill! I love! Protective, raw, what little warmth remained scoured clear. Me instead. Resolute, selfless, chilling calm, settling deep in the soul. The flame flickered, sending fading shadows across the ground. A cry keened through the air, a fading echo at the edge of hearing. They dared not look back. not at the lantern half sunk in the mire, not at the others scattered along the banks dimmed beyond recognition, not at the few still flickering on the path, each a fragment of what once was. The gloom thickened until breath itself felt smothered. Water lapped against their legs. Unseen roots clutched at their cloak, tugging them down. Still they pressed forward. I cannot stop. The lantern creaked with every stride. Whispers along the ground urged them on, faster, faster, until the motion became its own heartbeat. Their cloak fluttered in the dead air. One hand, translucent now, edges frayed like torn silk, reaching for the horizon. The tether to flesh thinned, wavering. Ahead, the flames sharpened, stabbing skyward, a monolith of light, of warning, of warmth, and of fragile promise. I cannot let them go. The echoes fell silent one by one. The whispers, once countless, once clamoring, dissolved into the fog like rain into the forgotten sea. The reaper's lantern cracked, thin lines of light bleeding through the glass. Shards shimmered like frozen fires as it swung in their hand. A final scream fractured into silence. If we never, we do? Wavering, fear curling through the creeping shadows. Can't be lost. Quiet, fading, a tremor of hope. Does the soul go? Faint, confused, searching. A weakening tremor. Water rose to their knees, heavy and cold. Mud clung to their smoke flesh, dragging, pleading. Still they moved. The flame flickered, trembling like a heartbeat in a stormlight. Darkness gripped them, thick as tar, dragging at their skin as they stumbled to their knees. The lantern's light dim, flickering near darkness. The reaper's breath threatened to leave, tearing apart like silk and claws. A final voice, a plea with desperation that tugged at the final stitches of their heart, called out, "Stay with!" Lifting the lantern, the reaper gazed upon the flickering light. If it faded, I cannot fail. Silence a stone on their ears, fear a knife in their chest. They dragged themselves forward until the shadows almost ached against them. I must reach the fire. Solid ground met their steps. The fog sighed, parting as though to make way. They stood before the great fire, trembling. The lantern stilled, its last light swaying gently in the hush. A breath, barely more than a sigh, left them. The reaper lifted the lantern, its weakened flame held close. The warmth ahead beckoned, soft and immense. They stepped forward. The heat did not burn. It embraced. It greeted. It knew. Souls spilled from the lantern like starlight, glimmering threads sinking into the flames, scattering like bursting embers among the reaching light. Relief swept through them, warmer than sunlight. Their smoke Skin faded, thread by thread, until nothing remained to hold shape or pain. The flame within the lantern dimmed, then joined the fire's heart. The world breathed once. In that breath, the reaper was no longer a shadow, nor a bearer, nor a voice. Only light.
Wow. Wow. Even listening to that story after I've gone through it a few times, that I feel like I went on such a journey with this character. It's like a collection of entities, spirits.
It's this 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 entity
Hmm.
that is carrying the souls in this
Hmm.
lantern, and it's listening to the voices, these
Hmm.
memories of the souls that it's carrying as it's trying to get them to a
Hmm.
place of safety, and the horror around it of the other reapers
Hmm.
giving up and dying, like, and one of them like literally drowns in front of them, and they're like, I have to keep going. I have to keep going.
Hmm.
And the
It's
souls.
so interesting. I feel like there is. I, the story really tackles and it balances a stylistic sense with its poetry. Like there, it's almost like it has this poetic undertone with a lot of the word choice and the rhythm. And then at the same time, I feel like I'm following one character, but it's a collection of different voices. I never felt like I was kind of lost or like I didn't know what was going on. Like I felt like it was always different. It was almost like
Well, you're
different minds. They're like unified. It's like a hive mind.
you're following the reaper, and the souls the reaper's carrying in the lamp is
Mhm.
like they are trying to encourage the reaper to keep going.
Mhm.
They are what the reaper
Mhm.
is struggling to do, and it's very interesting that does something that is death itself.
Mhm.
Does it grieve? Does it mourn?
Mhm.
Does it consider its own mortality? It's And here you have a situation where you have a reaper who is literally striving for the souls it's carrying, but it's
Mhm.
also facing its own demise in the demise of those around it. And it starts at the very beginning.
Mhm.
Once there were many.
Mhm. And I really
And
like that. I like that as we're going almost beat by beat, this Reaper gets to these different parts of this strange, like, afterlife spirit world. And every single time we hit a new beat, we always get a couple different voices. And each voice feels distinct of each of these spirits that are being contained. And I like that. I feel like I'm kind of like it almost makes me want to resonate and relate with one of the different spirits because there's always like so many that kind of feel trapped, but then I feel unified behind their goal
yeah,
of
and this
okay,
and
fire.
the soul voices, each of them have
Hmm.
their own tone, which
Hmm.
they speak these fragmented words, and then the author described how that soul sounded. Um, and it I went over this one a couple times trying to figure out exactly how to read it, and I decided that the Reaper's voice needed to be this like whisper,
Hmm.
and that the soul's voices needed to reflect the
Hmm.
descriptions of them. But it's very interesting that the Reaper almost feels like a familial connection to all of
Hmm.
the souls in his lamp. And because when the one goes out, the Reaper feels something like grief.
Hmm.
It loses something.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Like with every voice, you're getting the Like you get the dialogue, and then you get the description of who this voice is: nervous, hesitant, a snap like a twig, an echo caught in the smoke. And then another voice: sudden, panicked, the rough, baking metal pressed like bark against their palm. It's just interesting. Each voice has its own style, and I'm so fascinated by it. I'm
Yeah.
so fascinated by it. And I think, Lanya, I would have to agree with that. That's a really good call out. Very well done. I feel like it might be purgatory. In my opinion, they may be seeking solace and the last shreds of hope that an afterlife exists. That's crazy. What? Oh man, that's yeah, that's interesting. What do you think, Mom? Do you think it was a purgatory or an afterlife that they were in?
My perception it was like more like the river Styx, or like the Cartabog of like Irish mythology, where you're traveling through this wasteland to
Mhm.
reach the place where you can find rebirth, where you can find the afterlife. And the Reaper in this situation is trying to get the souls to this place, and forced with facing that there are other Reapers around them that didn't make it. And it's there's I don't know if you know about Aztec myth, but in their Journey of the Dead, you travel through multiple kingdoms, and
Mhm.
in one of the places, it's an impossible to cross river, and if you get caught in it, you just get sucked away.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
can't get out
Is
of
that
it,
the one
and
with the? Is that the one with? Oh no, no, keep going, keep going. I'm thinking of
the thing is though is, and this is I absolutely love this about the Aztec mythology, is one of the trials before this is, were you good to a dog in your life, because you need your dog to get across the river. So, and so the Reaper is one of these who he's trying to carry this lamp through this wasteland
hmm
of just darkness and despair, and the souls are like, they're, some of them are reflecting, but some of them are like encouraging him, like,
hmm
don't leave us, don't give up on us. And this idea of traveling through a wasteland of the afterlife, through purgatory,
hmm
uh, trying to cross the river Styx, trying to cross the bogs of the afterlife, trying to get to the place where the afterlife begins, is very common in global mythology around the world. There's all kinds of things, and mythologies about heroes that have to make this
hmm
hero's journey to get. I mean, it started with like Gilgamesh having to make
Yeah.
this hero's
So,
journey through the land of the dead.
Mom Maggie, while we're
So
doing this, let's throw this to the community. What type of world do you think we just our Reaper traversed through in this story? I'm going to throw this in the chat. This time we got a poll that will work for all platforms. So just follow the link. You can vote at that poll. But I'm curious to hear, what type of world do you think the Reaper traveled through? Got afterlife, purgatory, underworld, spirit world, or other. Let's see what you think. I would love to hear your comments and your thoughts. And I think we can all agree we were in some type of dark, some type of other world. And I think, Jill, you bring up a really interesting thing. You said a tiny bit of context to ground the reader would have added to the truly beautiful poetic nature of the prose. So when we think about story improvement and story development, do you think that we should have set up more for where the world was at when they started? Or do you think part of that poetic nature is what, like, that wasn't necessary? Like, let the reader's imagination tell the story. Mm.
part of the journey
hmm
was the discovery of this place, and
hmm
we're literally just dropped
hmm
into um
Almost like we're dropped into the action.
we're dropped
Right.
into
Mhm.
the inciting event,
Yeah, it's like
and
we didn't have an opening beat. It's like the
it,
the first page is the inciting incident. You're right.
yeah,
Mhm.
it, I must carry the lost.
Mm-hmm.
That very statement right there
Mm-hmm.
becomes the beginning of the entire movement.
Mm-hmm.
And
And I think that's
it's
part of the goal.
why must you carry the lost? Why is this such a burden
Mm-hmm.
on the reaper? Why are they so determined that they cannot fail, that they must do this?
Mm-hmm.
And you hear this connection that a reaper can only survive as long as they do, and right away
Mm-hmm.
you are giving the stakes that the reaper must get these souls
Mm-hmm.
to the destination.
Yeah. Wow. I think it's interesting. I can tell with the intentionality that the goal is to really just drop you into the action, to drop you into the forward motion of what the character wants, and then to explore the world through the poetry and through the world building as the character is exploring. And I think that's part of the goal. I think that was the intent with it. And it creates this almost poetic underworld, which for me as a gamer, I love that. Like I think for me that definitely speaks to me because I feel like I get to explore the world with the character. And the truth is, I don't think there's a right or wrong way for this one. Um, I think whether you would want to do more setting for the world or whether you would want to play into the poetic nature of it, I think both of them are completely cool styles. And I think this is a really good example of how do you blend storytelling with a type of poetry in a sense. Because it's not poetry, but the language has a rhythm that feels very, very nice.
Yes, it's a very poetically written prose. It is
Mm-hmm.
right on that cusp of the edge. And it could be that some people see this, and because of all the descriptiveness of
Mm-hmm.
the things around them and stuff, they could say, well, this one has too much purple prose in it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we get it. It's a dark and weary night. Go through
Mm-hmm.
the fog and find the fire. Okay, yeah, now what?
Mm-hmm.
But part of the thing that gives this world such a visceral feel is that
Mm-hmm.
the darkness, the mist, the shadows,
Mm-hmm.
the the things entangling the reaper
Mm-hmm.
become part of the things that are holding them back. And it's like there's no explanation that whether these are actual things or metaphorical things.
Mm-hmm.
What are these obstacles that just the only goal is the reaper must reach the fire before the souls wink out in his lamp.
I completely agree with that. And I think the really, really great takeaway, as we are all, right, writers and with the writing community, the great takeaway is this story was submitted for a competition, right? So when we think about the supernatural category, and once again, as a reminder, let me pull that up. Our supernatural, the requirements for the supernatural stories was for them to create a creature type. Do we feel like the Reaper is a unique creature type? It feels like this is a unique variation of what makes a Reaper.
Oh, absolutely,
Mhm.
absolutely. And
Like, I don't know if I've
the
seen a
idea,
Reaper where like they're composed of the souls or like they're carrying the souls in the way that it's described in this. It's so fascinating.
yeah, where they're carrying
Mhm.
the souls in the lamp, that is a very Asian mythology
Mhm.
aspect of the souls being actually carried in a lamp. Um, um, so I really liked this one. But you know me, I am a huge fan of all of the world
Mhm.
building and the descriptiveness and stuff like that.
I know, me too. I think it's a lot of fun. And I think if we were to take this outside of the competition, then the question I would ask myself is which type of reader do I want to go after? Because there's a different type of reader for somebody who wants more linear, straight storytelling with more descriptions. And there's a different type of reader who wants poetry, who wants imagery, metaphors, and just that style. two different reader types. And I think recognizing what the reader type is that you want to go after is the key to success with this type of storytelling. So I think that's absolutely awesome. Let me see here. So I threw up that poll. Let me see if it lets me view the results once I figure this out. Let's see, poll results. Okay, perfect. So I will pull up the results here, trying out this voting platform. But the question I posed to you was, what type of world do you think the Reaper traveled through? Afterlife, purgatory, the underworld, the spirit world, or other? And the community voted, and it looks like evenly tied. It looks like I'm hiding it here. So it looks like we're evenly tied here with purgatory or the spirit world. So the community thinks it was either one of those two, and that is the beautiful part of the imagination. So once again, Soul, congratulations, my friend. This has definitely been a really, really good story, and we'll see if it competes with our other supernatural stories. So we're going to continue right along. We're going to move right ahead into our next story. But first, for those of you who are just sticking around, and if you're getting value out of this, make sure to follow and subscribe. We're here every day with the WriteNow community. 650 consecutive streams and counting. This is our 6th major holiday writing event, and this community is designed to help you be a better writer. It's designed to help you feel more confident, more creative with your storytelling. We are writers of all different skill levels, all different genres, and all different styles. We got fan fiction, we got memoirs, we got children's, we got fantasy, romance, we got screenwriters, graphic novels, and everything in between. If you're looking for a community to help you stay motivated, the next time you're like, oh, I don't feel like writing, this is the community to join. So make sure to tap that follow or subscribe button, and you'll be alerted when we go live. All right, and excellent. So with that, I wanted to make sure to get the subscribe in. So we're going to be hopping into our next story, but we're going to be bringing up our next guest reader. So Mama Maggie will bring you back for our discussion, and we'll have Mama Maggie back with us in just a little bit. So my friends, let's get into it. So our next story that we're going to be hopping into, let's see, so we'll drop that one. Let's pull back up our supernatural stories. So far we've gone through Dead Girl with Paul Inman. That was the poetry. We just went through Where Nothing Remains by Hollow. And now we are going to be hopping into our third supernatural story. But before we can hop into the story, we have another guest author new to the community who's going to help us read it, who's going to help bring life to this creepy Mothman tale. So let me introduce, welcome to the stage, Donna Fox. Welcome, Donna.
Hi.
Hello. First off, thank you so much for joining me today. I really, really appreciate it.
You bet. Thank you for the invite. This is really exciting and it's a new thing for me. So, yeah.
I know we've connected over socials, and I absolutely love what you do with your own author journey. So for anybody here who doesn't know you, Donna, do you want to just do a little quick intro? Like, who are you? What do you write? And why come to Freaky Friday?
Totally. So I'm a Canadian indie author. I kind of write a little bit of everything. And by everything, I mean everything. I have a poetry book, I have romance, I have adventure, you name it. I kind of have one of my 6 books will fit into a trope or a genre that you like. So that's a little about me. I haven't really been taking my writing seriously for very long, maybe like under 2 years. So yeah, I don't know what else I could say.
Oh, no, that's perfect. Whenever we get new authors in the community, I think what's really powerful is that we all have different like genres and different styles and different journeys. Some writers are like just getting into it. Some writers have been taking a break. And I think all authors are welcome. So that's one of the things we love here. And I'm super excited for our spooky competition. So I'm super excited. Thank you for joining us, Donna. So what we're going to do, we're going to hop into the next story. This is our third of 5 supernatural story submissions, and we'll see what we see. So I'm going to cue up the story and the blurb. You can read it on screen, and then we'll transition into the story itself. Why get it all set up on my end?
Okay.
And let's see. Let me 1 second. As Kaufman is always prepared. This is my motto that everyone knows. I am always prepared. Yes, that is my motto. Okay, so let's see, make sure I got that. And perfect. So I think we got this all set up. So these are our supernatural stories. And let's pull up the next one. We will be going with Mothman Seeker.
All right. Ready, set, go?
Yep. And you're good to start whenever you're ready.
All right. The Mothman Seeker by Caversby. Standing atop the rickety picnic table, Jacob Strand extended his phone over his head, squinting at the bars. He looked like he was an aging hipster with eyebrow piercings and oversized black-framed glasses. But he did not have a proper mustache or beard, just a salt and pepper scruff. The man on the other end answered Jacob's question. Coming in clear on speaker. I was tripping on DMT, sold it on the sidewalk for $100. Could you tell me what the trip was like? Jacob pressed. It was my trip. Sacro sanct. Sorry, something in English. Sacro sanct titty. Titty? Anyways, dude. Whatever, that statement meant the tone was offensive. Jacob took a measured breath. Before he repaired his misstep, the voice spoke again. I'll take the name of the gallery, though. Artists gotta eat, you know. Even if you don't recall my beard, and butter is in the podcast, I'm an artist too. If I give you the name, would you be on Cryptid Hunters? There was a pause, a sort of grumble. Through a strange crackle, the voice on the other end said, All right, but you take me to lunch first, in Manhattan. Conversation done. Jacob hopped off the table. He examined the bars on his phone. None. No signal. A gravel crunched under his feet. He thumbed through a notebook, filled with images of a figure that had glowing eyes. He slowed to listen. Above him, metal cages, bolted to the rock, groaned. Wind whistled through the cavern stone corridor, interlaced with birdsong and strange echoes. The sliver of sky between the rock faces cast meager light. Jacob picked up his pace. In a few minutes, he retrieved his recording equipment from the car. He turned on the mic to catch the walk back to the picnic table. The gravelly steps, the creaks. It felt right to capture that. Once there, he set his equipment, took a sip of water, and began. Today, I hunt the mythological Mothman. I read the lore, saw the terrible movie, and forgave Richard Gere. I then started an image search, a deep dive, because nobody agreed on exactly what it looked like. The first image that comes up is in every search is a photo of Mothman graffiti. And it was on this work that I spotted something. An actual moth. It didn't appear in any daylight photographs of this graffiti, and it was in different places on nighttime shots. He paused to let that sink in. I started seeing it everywhere. The same moth, in the background of other artists' depictions of the Mothman. Was the moth included in these works because artists had been influenced by that first, very popular image? I even found one in the Soho gallery. We'll talk more about that artist later. He stopped again to give himself room to edit the last bit out, in case the guy flaked on the interview. After scrolling through thousands of pictures, I lost all hope of finding this mystery moth, until I found today's sponsor, MothWatch, a specialty app made to identify moth species. I trained it on the original image, and immediately got a hit. Fiat virginica, a very unusual species of moth. Unique. He pushed wonder into his voice. Every quarter century, under the light of a full moon, they come out of chrysalis. In the thousands, their habitat is exclusive to Forest Valley. Let me try that again. Their habitat is excessive to a forest valley less than a mile long, nestled in the Appalachian Mountains. The scientists who published a paper on them 25 years ago, strike that. He hadn't been able to find the scientist, but saying the man had vanished seemed premature. Phones and GPSs are useless here, so I'll be relying on a local guide. He shut up and opened a map, rustling it near the mic. Might not be able to catch something like that in the field, added to the ambiance. The wind gave a low whistle, and the birdsong faded. Spooky. He grinned. Perfect. Then, the rumble of an engine bounced along the rock, right on time. He didn't know a thing about off-road vehicles, but this one shone in cherry red and black chrome, with a blue-silver starred logo on the hood. The woman driving wore simple clothes, a moss-colored linen shirt and matching pants. She was white, blonde, with thin hair like a halo, and a long braid hanging over her shoulder. Half her eyelashes were speckled brown, with bright white lashes in between, and round cheeks. Jacob gave her a self-depreciating wave, and a grimace. No use speaking with all that noise. The vehicle stopped short of the table, and she cut the engine. "You're Jacob?" she asked, and her voice carried something in it. A pleasant melody in those two words, and especially in his name. He pocketed the book and folded up the map. "Still recording, hope you don't mind." She extended a hand for him to shake. "Raina Cooper, your car isn't up for this. Leave it parked, hop in." A steep drive later, they walked together in green, dappled shadow. A stream winding at their feet, and ferns. Acres of ferns. She turned the fronds, one after another. Then, here, something undulated within the gray-green sack hanging from the underside. "Don't touch it." But she said it too slowly, and his fingers had already grazed it. "Nothing eats them?" he asked. "Some things try." Her eyes searched into the trees. "You have a hotel?" "Back in Satterton. It's what I could find. Stay with us in the homestead, and tomorrow they fly under a full moon." The homestead lay on the side of a little ravine valley. A luxury 8-bedroom cabin with every amenity except internet, cell service, or a landline. She gave him the tour of a workout room, a sauna, and a full grill setup in the gravel and stone courtyard. "We'll eat out here like we do most nights. There's Uncle Morton with fish." Besides Serena, only 2 of the Cooper clan were staying at the homestead. Dark-haired Mort, who always looked up at the sky with his mouth hanging open, and an older fellow who interrupted introductions with, "Just call me Gramps. Everyone does." Gramps had gone gray, but Mort, who was dark, had a few stripes of brilliant white in his hair, and one eyebrow was all white. Both dressed as though they had begun a Caribbean cruise without their luggage. Their ill-fitting gift shop polo shirts hung loose. When they were setting the table, Gramps gestured to the recording equipment and said, "Put that rigmarole up during supper. You want an interview, we'll give it to you, but no tricky stuff." Jacob obliged and decided not to mention the Mothman. He didn't get what he needed without it. Supper was deep-fried fish and creamy mashed potatoes. When Raina stepped away to fetch the apple pie Gramps had baked, Jacob cleared his throat. "Your family's been in this valley quite a while. I wonder if you know about 25 years ago there was a scientist, a moth specialist." "What, old Joe?" Mort asked through his last mouthful of mashed potatoes. Jacob kept the eagerness out of his voice. "Dr. Joseph Panger." Mort nodded along. "We know old Joe." "Could I talk to him?" Gramps intervened. "Nah, sir. That man is long gone." "Old Joe," Jacob started. "Is long gone," the old man finished for him, good-naturedly. Whispers came from the dark, and beyond that, a conversation. Voices arguing. No words. Just candescence. Jacob peered out and cocked his head. As though reading his mind, Gramps said, "Best stay in the courtyard." "Be right back," Jacob said, heading for the house. Raina passed with the pie. Her slow smile and the cinnamon pastry scent almost made him turn around. Almost. Back in his room, his bag lay askew, unzipped. The Mothman notebook spilled out. He'd secured it. He was sure he had. Maybe she'd been curious. Instead of returning, he sculled the edge of the courtyard, equipment on to catch the whispers. Nothing. Then, on the edge of hearing, it was like listening to a conversation underwater. He moved beyond the stones and into the dark. A chill coursed through him. Someone watched, red eyes in the trees glowing like coals. The eyes grew larger, as a winged form swooped down. He ran. When he crossed breathless back into the light of the homestead, laughter rang out from the three Coopers. They lounged in their circle of aerodact chairs, eating apple pie and watching him. Whatever it had been, it was known to them. He'd been hazed. Curiosity won over resentment, and he stepped into their circle. "Pie?" Raina asked innocently. "What the actual fuck was that?" "Nightbird," Gramps answered. "Territorial. Told you to stay in the courtyard." "Will that thing fly at me tomorrow night?" "Nothing's going to be interested in you tomorrow night. Except the moths," said Mort. "They're attracted to body heat," Raina said. There was a similarity in the form of this nightbird and the terror of the Mothman victims. Perhaps it was the source of the myth. He put it on his list of things to ask about when he interviewed them. The next evening, the moths would emerge. The whispers grew louder during their early supper. "Pour it out when they aren't looking," a voice from nowhere said. That sounded conversational and right next to Jacob. Excuse me. His head swiveled. No one else seemed to have heard. He tipped his half-drunk glass of cider into the earth. Madness. He followed the instructions of the hallucination. But the voice was right. Something had been in the cider. His mouth numbed, his knees buckled. As everything faded, Gramps said, "For your own good, son." His room came into a bleary focus some hours later. They'd left Jacob his wallet and bag, including his useless cell phone and more useful recording equipment. He turned the knob. Locked. But it was an indoor lock. Dead simple, a credit card between the door and the jamb, and he had popped it in seconds. They must have expected him to stay passed out for the rest of the evening. He treaded lightly through the hallway to the deserted courtyard. The four-wheeler was gone. At the open gate on the edge of the homestead, he hesitated. One path led to the road to rescue the other. By the light of the moon, he sprinted toward the ravine path. Fumbling with his equipment, microphone on, he began. After a harrowing experience, I'm here, on the night the moths emerge, an event that will not occur for another 25 years. At the field of ferns, white movement reflected in the moonlight. They were out flying. One lit upon his arm, and another, and more. Arms heavy, shining. He narrated, "The monster attracted to the heat of my body. I wonder if this was the Mothman, merely a covered man in moths." More came. He did not worry until they landed upon his face. A distant panic as though he'd been drugged again. They covered his eyes and he tried in vain to bring his hands up to scrape them away. Arms too heavy. Finally, he screamed. The last thing he thought as he fell among the ferns was, I shouldn't have opened my mouth to scream. Cold metal nudged against him. He opened his eyes to the shine of dawn along the barrel of a shotgun. Jacob coughed. Moth corpses and phlegm spattered the ferns. Only a matter of time, Grabs said, pressing the muzzle into Jacob's head. Not yet, said Reyna, gently pulling the old man back. We'll ask him when he understands before it's taken hold. Understands? Jacob managed to say. His hands didn't support him. When he tried to get up, they had turned inward. They had shrunk. They were covered in white hairs, like the moths. He turned his face to her bright beauty, and she smiled. You found the Mothman. What you seek is seeking you.
Wow, Donna, first off, thank you so much for reading that. That was awesome. I feel like we just went on a journey of a podcaster who chases after the thing that he maybe becomes. Like, what?
Yeah.
What a creepy journey. Like, and first off, like I have to ask, have you guys seen that original Mothman? The one that he references?
No, I wanted to look it up. I might do that tonight, actually.
It's a good thriller movie. I forgot what actor it was. I mean, he even mentions it in here. I think it was a thriller from about
Somebody Greer, I think.
15 years ago. It's definitely a little older, but it's kind of like borderlines, this like creepy thriller vibe. Richard Gere, I think Richard Gere is the
Yeah.
actor, where he travels through this world, and he starts kind of being like kind of attacked by this like supernatural creature. But it's one of those ones that always challenges: is it in his head or is it real? And then the things get progressively weirder. Wow. So I have to know, and this I have to throw to the community as we're kind of thinking about the Mothman. What do you think really happened to Jacob at the end of that story? I'll throw this up here.
Moths like climbed into his throat and like.
Like, I think he is the Mothman.
I think he's becoming a moth.
Right.
And it just like when he coughed the phlegm and moths, it was like, oh,
yeah.
I'm going to throw this out to the community so all you can vote. What do you guys think actually happened? So you guys think he became the Mothman. So that's kind of how the Mothman is perpetuated. Of it, it kind of chooses a victim, and then they become the thing that they were chasing.
Totally. I think that's like the whole essence of like the last line, right? Mm-hmm. You've found the Mothman. What you seek is what is seeking you. Right.
Mm-hmm. So do you think he would have still became the Mothman if he never went on the quest to go to chase after this thing?
Well, they said that we're doing this for your own good.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Which is
maybe.
And you get this idea that, they're trying like to protect him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Like it feels like it was like there was like foreshadowing there that like I might have missed while I was physically reading it, but I feel like that piece right there is like a little bit of foreshadowing of like, yeah, we're trying to protect you because maybe it's maybe it's a newcomer every 25 years. They take the guy. Like maybe that's what happened to the scientist.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this author Caversby does an excellent job of foreshadowing.
Okay.
There were so many beats and moments throughout the first half of the story that references things about the Mothman. There's a lot of red herrings and a lot of clues, and a lot of moments where I'm like, I'm not sure if the Mothman is actually real, but then he kind of gets attacked by moths until you have that last beat at the end of the story.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wow.
You also have to wonder if, like, from what moths consume and stuff, if he's not just hallucinating out of his freaking mind at this point.
Maybe it was just an entire hallucination. Because if you're right, if you think about it, he actually went out the night before, right?
Yeah.
And then kind of got attacked. And what if that last couple pages is a hallucination?
Totally could be.
Mm-hmm.
Or even like, what if like that's still like a hallucination from whatever was in the cider?
Right, that's right. Because he was getting that. I loved
Right.
that moment. That was
Yeah.
such a great moment. That he's
Right.
hearing the voice spill out the cider, and then he passes out. But I mean, what do you really know?
Exactly.
It feels like he starts off as a reliable narrator and progressively becomes more unreliable throughout the course of the investigation.
Totally.
Mm-hmm. Did you guys like him as a character?
I don't know. I feel like yeah, we were in his head, but I still feel like I didn't get like enough of him to decide
If you wanted to like his personality or not. Like it kind of
Yes.
went either. I felt like the mystery, it was so heavily focused on the Mothman mystery of it.
Yeah.
I was like, I knew he was a podcaster, and I thought that was interesting,
Yeah.
but I wasn't sure like what type of personality I wanted him to be.
Exactly.
Sure.
Yeah.
He just seemed like someone who's like, okay, so I'm gonna chase cryptids
Mm-hmm.
podcast because that's what's popular right now.
Mm-hmm.
I found this weird connecting thing
Mm-hmm.
that no one else seems to have noticed. So
Mm-hmm.
that's what I'm going to use to make my podcast popular. But then it was like, he goes out there and it's like, they take him on the guiding, but they're like, oh, so, just leave your car here. And where are you staying again?
Yeah, and talk about this creepy family. Like this, I totally envision you're going out to research this thing, and it's like this creepy and they're all just very strange. You could tell that it's just family members who they probably lived there their entire lives. They have very strange beliefs. They don't interact much with the outer world. Almost like it's like a family cult in a sense.
That's what I was going to say. Is it felt culty?
Well, the other thing is they were very interesting. Like their hair colors, it very went into the fact that like they had light and dark hairs mixed together, not just in their hair, but in their eyelashes and their eyebrows, like the color of moths.
Yeah.
Because if you look at a moth's body, it'll have light and dark hair together, and you're like, are they also moth people?
I know that kind of gives me shivers thinking about it. Do we think that they are also moth people, or are they worshippers? Believe
Just
sacrifice
inbred hillbillies?
Huh?
Are they inbred hillbillies or are they moth people?
All right, inbred hillbillies or Mothman cult? Which one do we think it was, my friends? One of the two.
It can't be both because that would be awesome.
Oh, Brock, you cracked me up. They're probably my relatives.
Oh, God.
Sounds like you have some fun relatives, Brock. Oh, man. Whites are, I totally got that. They taxidermy their pets for sure. Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah.
What's interesting is I feel like I got a very clear sense of the family.
Yeah.
The world, I feel like the world for this story was very on point. The world and the mystery was so well done. I knew who the family was. Each of the family members, I kind of got a sense, but we could tell they're not the type of family I want to have dinner with. Let's just say that.
And he's just another one of those city slickers.
Mm-hmm.
Out here to see the moths.
All right. Well, let's see what we think the community thinks really happened to Jacob. What do you two think? So you two both think that he became the Mothman at the end. Let's see what
Totally.
our community thinks. And we got, I was like, oh, that's right, I got to do this. Here we go. So it looks like we got 20% believed that he became the new Mothman, 20% believed he was hallucinating the whole time, and 60% believed he died and joined the legend. Because who doesn't want to become the new Mothman?
I mean,
Ah,
I don't think he did.
Another person disappeared looking for a cryptid. Happens
yeah.
every year in Appalachia.
He became the new legend. Ah, such a good story. Caversby, once again, thank you so much for submitting. This was a really, really great read. And we're going to see if the Mothman holds up against our other contenders, our Reaper and our Ghost Banshee serial killer. We're going to see if these can hold up and which ones are going to make it to the anthology. But first, before we hop into our next story, Donna, I just want to thank you so much for joining us today.
You bet. Thanks for having me.
Thank
You're
you.
absolutely incredible, Donna. It's been absolutely amazing. And then for anybody who wants to like find out more about you, is there anything you're promoting or pushing right now that you can share with the community?
I mean, I'm pushing just find me, kind of
As we all
thing,
do as authors, right?
right?
Find me, buy my books.
Right. I have like a book just beside me, just for giggles. This is my newest poetry book.
Ooh, reflection of
It's
life.
right. Oh yeah.
Oh, we
Sorry, I can
definitely
hold it
got
up
left
there
over
longer
for
if you
you.
want. That's
What was
like,
it?
but yeah, it's like less than a month old. That's the newest book that I'm really pushing right now.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, in a narcissistic kind of way, I don't think I have a bad book. So
Hey, there we
if you
go.
want to prove me wrong, buy them all and tell me.
A true author, my friend. And for
Right.
anybody who wants to go pick up a copy or learn more about Donna, it's actually linked down in the YouTube description down below, so you can go learn more. But Donna,
Totally.
it's been absolutely incredible. I really appreciate you joining us,
Thank
and I
you.
hope you'll come back for more events in the future.
Yeah. You send me the link and I'll do it, dude.
Uh, Thank you so much, my
You
friend.
bet.
Take care.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, Mama Maggie, we're going straight on to the next story. So, for those who are just hopping in, let me see where we are queued up. Ooh, the next one is going to be fun. So, for those who are just hopping into the stream, welcome, welcome. You found yourself at the second annual Freaky Friday competition where writers are competing to be one of the top 12 spots to make it into the second annual Freaky Friday anthology. So we're going to see which writers are making it. We are halfway through our supernatural submissions, and then make sure to stick around. We're going to be diving in to, let me pull this up so we can see where we are at on the schedule. So let me hop in here. So we have our schedule here. We're hopping into our next supernatural story. We're going to be hopping into the scraping. But if you stick around, we're going to be doing a live interview about crafting horror with our winners from last year's Freaky Friday competition. And then we will be diving into the horror and thriller submissions for this year's competition. So that's going to be fun. We have those queued up in just a moment. And I think we should be good. Let me make sure I got this. All right, Mama Maggie, you ready for the next one?
Alrighty.
All right, let me pull up the blurb and awesome. Okay, so now we got the scraping, and I will let you kick it away with our blurb.
The Scraping by D.L. Tillery. Something is scraping in the dark, growing louder with every night, and only Courtney can hear it. When the noise reaches its climax, the real horror begins. Tonight, the sound has gotten closer, the scraping again, against metal. At least, that's what it sounds like. I try to ignore it as I usually do, but it's so loud. Closer. I've told my friends about it. my family, even my neighbor Mark, but they all tell me to get my ears checked or say they don't hear a thing. And if I'm honest, it's not just scraping. It's surrounded by an eerie echo with a deep edge of darkness. That's the best way I can explain it. When did the sound start? I look at my new psychiatrist. He thinks I'm crazy. I can tell. About 3 months ago. Like I said, it wasn't this bad at first. And at night, it's the loudest. Is that date significant in any way? Not really, except my lease renewed. I signed it 1 year ago. I see. Are you able to work and do other daily tasks with this sound occurring? I manage? Well, Miss Ravenwood, I would say let's get something to help you sleep, and we will have a session once a week to start, okay? I told him to call me Courtney before we started, and of course, drug me up, which will not help the issue, and I never said I couldn't sleep. I head home feeling I've wasted my time seeing a head doctor. The sun is setting, so the sound worsens. Screech! I cover both my ears, hoping it will block out the sound, though it never worked before. Squeak! Screech! Squeak! Stop, please! Stop! I scream in the darkness of my bedroom. Screech! Screech! Squeak! The sound drills through me, sharper than a knife, more relentless than any nightmare. I dig my nails into my scalp. Blood trickles from where I've broken the skin. But pain is a small mercy compared to the shriek of metal within my head. It will never stop. It will never let me rest. God, why can't anyone else hear it? My chest tightens, heart galloping, my body vibrates with every scrape. I stumble out of bed, nearly tearing the blanket as I claw for balance. The lamp flickers, light flaring. Then dimming shadows crawl across the walls. I grip the nightstand, breath shallow, staring at the shifting corners of the room. Another screech reaps through the silence. This time it's longer. No, please, please, I can't do this anymore. I'm not crazy. I whisper to the room, to myself, to whatever waits in the darkness. I know it's real. The air grows heavy, colder, until my breath clouds before me. A smell seeps into the room, sharp and clinging. Iron, rot, blood that has sat too long. The scraping stops. I stand frozen, arms trembling at my sides, not daring to breathe. For a single precious moment, silence hangs over me. Then the shadow in the corner stirs. It uncoils from the darkness, tall and muscular. Then one by one, red, slit-shaped eyes cover the form. Its limbs are long, and its arms drag unnaturally as it moves toward me. Its joints bend backward, then right themselves again. Long black claws scrape across the floorboards, leaving deep gouges. Its head tilts slowly, mouth splitting open to reveal teeth, jagged yet sharp enough to tear through stone. My throat burns. I want to scream, but the sound dies before it leaves me. This is it. All those nights were warning. Every scrape counted down to this moment, and now it has come. The creature steps closer, its talons dragging with a dreadful scrape. The sound that haunted me for months is no longer distant. It's here to claim me. Tears blur my vision. No! I choke out, voice broken. Get away! The monster tilts its head as if amused by my pleas. A pressure pushes against my skull, sharpens until I fall back on my bed in agony. A voice pulses inside me. Time's up. Contract fulfilled. Time? What time? What contract? I've done nothing wrong. My words crumble into sobs. I sprint for the door, but am immediately slammed to the floor. God, someone help me, I say as my eyes widen in icy fear. The thing crouches, its face lowering to mine. Its breath is rancid and hot, a furnace of rot. Claws close around my arms, vice-like, cold as death. I thrash, I scream. My voice shreds, but the walls do not carry it beyond this room. No neighbor comes. No one will ever come. The claws pierce deeper, and I feel my skin tear. Blood streams down, soaking my nightgown. It hurts. Oh God, it hurts. Is this how it ends for me? Alone, unheard, dragged away by this nightmare? The monster rises, dragging me up with it. The room distorts with its every move. Shadowed corners breathing. No! Let me go! Please! My last words echo in my head before my voice shatters with the glass of the bedroom window. The next morning, screams draw a crowd outside Courtney's apartment building. Police hold the curious back as paramedics surround the broken body sprawled on the pavement. Neighbors whispered, horrified. They say she jumped. God, why would she do that? She's so young. I heard she was seeing a shrink. One detective on the scene stoops down to examine her body. Wonder where she got those long claw marks on her forearms. They look days old. Very sad, he says, covering her back up before standing again. What do you think? Asked the second detective. Think? It's obvious she jumped. There is no sign of a struggle in her apartment, but I wonder what drove her to do it. They direct their gazes to her apartment window on the 8th floor, while authorities move her remains into the coroner's van. Later that day, Mark, who lives 3 doors from Courtney's apartment, returns from work to find police tape still clinging to her door. He stares at it, uneasy. He learned of her misfortune from residents as he entered, having been away on a business trip. She was always so nice, he mutters. Never thought she'd. His voice trails off. Shaking his head, he steps inside his apartment. He drops his bag on the closest chair, rubs his temples, and sits at the desk. While surfing the internet, his vision blurs. His mind keeps going over their past conversations. They encountered each other one afternoon at the local cafe, with her persistently asking if he heard a scraping noise. He hadn't, though she did, appearing distressed. Before he can put out the memory out of his head, tap, tap, tap echoes around him. Mark looks out the window to his right. Tap, tap, tap. He freezes. Then he approaches the window, pushing the curtain aside. Tap, tap, tap. This time it comes from his left. Soft at first, then sharper, like knuckles knocking on glass. Tap, tap, tap. Mark frowns and walks to the front door, heart beating faster. The tapping resumes, slower this time, behind him. Tap, tap, tap. He inches toward the window in his bedroom. The street is empty below. No bird on the ledge, no reason for the sound at all. Geez, now I'm hearing things, he mutters through, though his voice shakes. He pulls the curtains closed, but the sound continues, muffled, yet persistent. Then it shifts. Tick, tick, tick. Tap, tap, tap. A hollow echo blooms in his skull, faint but undeniable.
I'm a little speechless because that was really, really creepy. That was very, very scary. I feel like I was able to visualize this presence, this entity, this I don't even know what it is. And I think that's part of the scariness, that's part of the thrill, and that's kind of part of the what makes this story really, really impactful. So I'm gonna actually throw this question to think really caused the sound that Courtney heard. A real demon that claimed her soul, her mind breaking from stress, a cursed apartment or object, Mark, or the sound was always meant to spread. So I'll drop that into the chat. Would love to hear. Let's see, vote now. There we go. Oh man, Mama Maggie, what do you think?
Oh, DL is excellent at writing these kind of supernatural horror things where the horror it's just creeping around you.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, we've all been in that old building, heard that noise, and been like, do you hear that? And unfortunately, it's like with the people who live under the airport, the creaks and groans of old buildings tend to be ignored by longtime residents because, they've heard it all before. They're like, no, I don't hear anything. What are you talking about? And so, and she's like, no, you can hear her frustration because she's like, there's this sound. And the shrink is like, let's get you something to help you sleep. And she's just like, I do not need help sleeping. And the sound, stop. And it's like, she just, you hear her frustration with trying to take the logical, rational path to solving this problem.
I know. And I literally put myself in the shoes of our protagonist, right, of Courtney. And I think they do, DL, you do such a great, great job of making us feel through word choice, through rhythm. I feel like that, once again, everyone knows I love the rule of threes. Of course, rule of threes and sound is done so expertly in this. And I think by the time we get to the end, when Mark is experiencing the same thing, or maybe he's always been experiencing it, it's a little debatable, but when we hit that point, we're like, what is there like a cursed object? Is this like an evil entity? Maybe
is
they're
the building itself cursed? Is that floor cursed? Yeah, and she makes the character so relatable because, we've all been there when we were like, we've left the doctor's office and we were like, why did I throw money at that quack?
Why did I waste money on that? I still do not feel good.
I still don't feel great. And so, it's just, she, to, DL is a master of making these very relatable,
Mm-hmm.
very, slice of life. This could be
Mm-hmm.
my neighbor kind of thing. And God, I hope this isn't my neighbor because, yeah, I don't want creepy clawy thing with the red eyes all over its body coming after me. But then, and it's just interesting the way the police are like, in the city, yeah, she jumped.
Yeah, and this is like and I think that's so crazy. But you know what? That's probably what would happen if there was like a supernatural entity. Like the police aren't going to think, "Oh yeah, supernatural." Like, "Oh yeah, it's another suicide. It's moved right along."
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh man.
Everything is fine. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
So
Well, I'm curious. What do you think it is? Do you think it's an entity?
I think it's an entity. I
You
think
think it's an
there's
entity?
definitely
Mm-hmm.
something in that building that does not want anyone else in that building, or at least
Mm-hmm.
on the eighth floor.
So you think it's connected to the floor? It's like a haunted, like
I don't know if it's the floor or the building,
it's kind of
but I
hard.
think it's
I don't know
very
if there's some.
interesting
Mm-hmm.
that the creature appears as her lease is up.
Mm-hmm. And there was that little bit of once again we get more red herrings and foreshadowing and clues in the very beginning. Because the first time I read through it, I missed that. I was like, oh, okay, that because I was focused on the overall all therapy conversation. Then I forgot about it when I'm thinking about the tapping. I'm like, yeah, that sounds like worst case scenario to me. I do not want to be with evil entity that's crawling around my room and who knows what. Uh, so I think that's really really fascinating. I'm not. Yeah, I just what would you do in that scenario? Do you think you'd be able to you try to flee?
Um, th- the thing is, um, I am extremely sensitive to like sounds and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And since my stroke, I've had tinnitus, which
Mm-hmm.
drives me crazy.
Mm-hmm.
I actually have like playlist of like several of like 14,000 hertz frequency sounds to cancel
Mm-hmm.
out the
To
sound
be
of
able to
my
cancel it out.
tinnitus.
Okay.
And it's like I would have been like, I would not, she renewed her lease, I would not have renewed my lease. I would have been like, I cannot handle this scraping noise. I don't care if no one else hears it. By this
I'm
point,
like,
I would have
girl, why are
dragged
you
the
renewing
building
that lease?
manager
Get out of
into
that
the
building.
apartment and said, "You're sleeping here with me tonight to hear that sound." Yeah, no,
Yeah, I love it. I was like, be careful what
I,
you
I,
sign.
I would definitely have been at like out of there. I would have been like, nope, nope. I, but yeah, no, and in my mind, like, have you ever seen the show Murders in the Building?
I saw the first season. I saw the first season. Especially if it's
I
on the
imagine
show.
a building like
Mhm.
that.
Yeah, kind of. It's like
I
kind of a
imagine
creepy building with a lot of like kind
like
of
old,
crazy, strange characters. Yep.
strange people living in it, a lot of old characters,
Hmm.
and it's just like, and you know, people, it's really white seer. Um,
For the
Forget
creep.
the creaks in the old building. I
For
hear
the
the
creepy
creaks
old
in the
body.
old body. Yeah. Um, yeah, DL's right. Be careful what you sign. It's very interesting. It's like that, there's been, but there's several movies about
Hmm.
like a haunted room in a
Hmm.
hotel, or like The
Hmm.
Shining was basically the entire hotel. And it's actually based on a real hotel in Estes Park, Colorado.
Yep. And I think that's one of
That
the reasons
is
that Shining is so memorable as a classic. So
so, but
I
it's,
almost
yeah,
want to
but
know where's this like apartment building? I kind of almost want to know where's this
it
creepy
feels
apartment building?
like New York or
Hmm.
Baltimore or
Hmm.
Boston. It's definitely got that
Hmm.
old city feel.
Hmm.
And yeah, I think it's an entity, and I think they
Hmm.
need sage, and I think they need to move.
And I think Courtney, please, 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 do not sign that lease. Do not sign that lease, Courtney. Uh,
Yeah,
Man,
too
Mark's
late.
lease must be up
The
soon.
lease. She already signed the lease.
Well, let's see just what the community thought for the voting. So the question that I posed to the community, what do you really think caused the sound that Courtney heard? So when we look at it here, there we go. So it looks like we got 40% believe a real demon claimed her soul, 20% believed a cursed apartment or object, and 40% believed the sound was always meant to be spread. Sounds like we're going to have to wait on the sequel then, right? Right, DL? Will Mark survive the scraping, or will he be the next one to be
Well,
scraped?
well, see, he doesn't have scraping though. His is a tapping.
Oh yeah, that's right.
So you
That's
have
right.
to wonder if the creature is picking the thing
Mm-hmm.
that drives you the most crazy.
Which is kind of what Freddy Thriller horror fans, A Smile kind of does that. And there's a number of movies where it does it, but just most recently, it does that as well, where it picks where it chooses the terror based on the character. Yeah, so there's definitely a number of ones, which makes it scarier, right? Because it doesn't matter if you're like not scared of some random thing. If it's a fear that you deal with, it's much more real. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So absolutely great story. I think that creature type, when we think about the creature type, the genre, the category for supernatural, that was definitely a creepy creature. I don't even know what that is. We got dark entity over here.
The thing is that she describes it as being covered as like a demonic form,
Mm-hmm.
covered in red eyes.
Mm-hmm.
And there's is it Japanese or Korean? One of
Mm-hmm.
their demons is covered in red eyes. They're
Mm-hmm.
shadow demons, and if all the eyes open
Mm-hmm.
and look at you, then you're too bad for you. But but the fact, she describes that it's joints bent
Mm-hmm.
backwards and then righted
I know.
themselves.
That like got to him. Like, oh,
Ah,
that's like the horror wall scene where you're looking at the shadow in the corner and it's a shadow and then it's a creature and then they crawl around the room and they like eat your face off. Yeah, that is not where I want to be.
yeah.
Oh, well, DL, this was absolutely an incredible submission. Thank you so much. Definitely a really creepy creature type. When we'll see if this creature type, if this story is strong enough to compete against our other supernatural stories. So absolutely phenomenal. We're going to be moving right along to our next supernatural submission. Mama Maggie, are you going to join us for more discussions?
I can hang around. I will have to leave after the story Cat Leo is going to read when she joins us.
All right.
Because I do have a stream coming up in a little while and I have to do the farm chores because, hi, I'm Mama Maggie. I have a farm.
All the
And
things, which means you're going to get to help us decide. You're going to get to weigh in on which supernatural story was your favorite. So let me cue this up as we are hopping into the next round. And for those of you just hopping into the stream, welcome. This is the Freaky Friday Flash Fiction competition. This is our third writing competition, second Freaky Friday, where writers submitted stories to compete in this competition for the chance to be one of the 12 spots in the Freaky Friday anthology. So we are almost through our supernatural stories, and let's see just what we got for the next one. For those of you just tuning in, there we go. There's the supernatural stories that we got queued up. So far, we've gone through Dead Girl with our Banshee Ghost. We went through Where Nothing Remains with our Reaper. We went through the Mothman Seeker and the Scraping. And now we're about to explore and experience the final curtain call. All right. And let's see. But before we can get into that, let us welcome our next guest author, one of our other writers from the community. I am so happy to bring onto the stage, welcome, Cat Leo. Welcome, Cat.
Hi.
Hello, hello. Thank you so much for joining us this weekend, this Freaky Friday.
I'm excited.
I'm very appreciative that you're coming to help us read some scary stories. But first, for anybody who doesn't know you, Kat, you want to just do a little quick intro? What do you write? Who are you?
So I'm Cat. Well, my pen name is Cat Leo. And my stuff online is Cat's Chaos Cafe, where I serve up the random creative chaos that my brain decides to brew, whether it's words, crochet, chaotic art things. I do a little bit of everything. And I write primarily urban fantasy.
Absolutely love that. I love that you're bringing the chaos, which is absolutely perfect for Freaky Friday. Do you so with the chaos, what type of chaos do you usually include in your writing or your reading journey?
So I'm very much a discovery writer.
Okay.
Like I have a point A and a point Z, and I'm like, all right, I don't know what the other points are. Let's see what happens. Like I'll start with I like this character and I like this idea, and then I'm like, let's see where it goes. Trying to make it creepy cozy.
Well, I absolutely love that. I know we have a number of discovery writers in our community. I feel like we probably have an even mix of discovery and architect. I'm kind of a cross between both. For anybody who doesn't know, discovery, you just start writing and see what comes. Architect, you plan ahead. You outline and you do everything before you start writing the first word. Two different styles. Most writers, in my guess, tend to be probably some type of mix of both to varying extents, but you know what? That's the beauty of being a writer. So, without further ado, let's hop into our next story and let me pull it up. So, we're going to be hopping into our fifth supernatural story. Now, Kat, what I'm going to do, I'm going to pull up the story and the blurb on screen. You can start with reading that for our audience, and then you can hop into the story whenever you're ready.
All right.
All right. And boom. Okay, and almost. Kaufman is always prepared for this. And there we go.
Final curtain call by Paige Penrose. Vincent's stardom is soon to be suffered when a devilish gentleman comes to collect on his end of the bargain. Now, dear Vincent, I've waited this long, but it's time I collected what's rightfully mine, said the gentleman striding toward a disgruntled Vincent. Rightfully yours? What are you talking about? He took a few steps back, distancing himself from the polished gentleman. Why, your soul, my boy. Have you forgotten about the little arrangement we made 6 years ago? Arrangement? 6 years ago? What was this man spouting on about? He fought through the raging champagne sea as his surviving brain cells struggled to recall ever meeting a man in crimson tailcoat and a top hat. Nothing. Look, buddy, I don't recall meeting a man cosplaying P.T. Barnum, let alone giving him my soul. Now I suggest you get your fancy-coated ass out of my theater before I call security. Vincent pointed towards the set of doors at the back of his theater, daggered eyes locked on the crimson-coated fellow. Vincent's threat didn't faze the man. It only made him chuckle. My, you've truly forgotten. Can't say I blame you. It has been 6 years, but for me it feels like 6 months. The strange fellow paused midway, pulling out a rolled-up parchment from his coat pocket. With a flick of the wrist, the document unraveled, exposing a blood-red inked contract. He pointed towards the bottom of the scroll, tapping vigorously on Vincent's blood-stained signature. This is your signature, is it not? Asked the gentleman, with a double loop at the start of the V. Vincent examined the signature, his face turned ghastly. That was his John Hancock, despite the shakiness in the strokes. He recognized the double loop in the V anywhere, even when autographed for a fan. Was this some sick joke set by one of the cast members? It must be. Someone must have paid the man good money to mess with him. Vincent snickered. He was getting punked. There was no question about it. This is a joke, right? He tauntingly poked the parchment. Did Jerry put you up to this? Wait until I'm drunk, chill out here, and pretend to be the devil who magically appears out of thin air and claims that I owe him my soul? When he poked at the signature again, the blood mark lit up like a cigarette and singed his fingertip. Vincent stumbled back, sucking on his finger. The man chortled like a duck flocking about in the pond, wiping a tear from his eye. The crimson-coated stranger shook his head. You're quite a funny fellow, Mr. Vincent. You hit the nail right on the head, you did. So, this is all a prank? Oh no, it's real, the man said assuredly, as his hand hovered over the contract. If you're still in disbelief, then you're in for quite the rude awakening. His fiery fingertips began ripping the words clean off, and he threw them across the air, straight toward Vincent. Vincent shielded himself from the projectile vocables, but lowered his arms to find the words froze 4 inches from where he stood. The text was rearranged into a new paragraph in mid-air above their signatures. Vincent kept his eyes glued to the materialized passage. The lump in his throat grew to the size of a tennis ball as he read, At midnight on October 30th, 2025, I, the Scarlet Spectre, shall claim the soul of Vincent Faustus at the pinnacle of his career upon 6 years of fruition. The light dimmed in his pupils as sweat dribbled down his panic-stricken face. Memories of that fateful night reeled like a film noir, recalling a strange fellow sitting in the rows watching his mock performance. This man in the crimson tailcoat offered to make his dreams come true, so he pricked his finger on a needle, signing his name in blood. Returning to the present, he blinked and backed away from the man, breathing heavily as he clutched his chest to keep his lungs from collapsing. It couldn't be real. There was no way he could have sold his soul to the devil. The words dispersed like smoke as the man stepped through, his pupils red hot and his lips curled into a sickening, sharp grin. Why, Vincent, are you feeling all right? You look like you've seen a demon. The man chuckled, advancing toward him. The demon would have to catch him first. Turning on his heel, Vincent ran down the staircase toward the field of seats. Charcoal mist rose from underneath the chairs, and repulsive ghouls materialized around him. Monstrous howls rang through his ears, while disembodied voices cheered his name. Some of the creatures wrestled one another, trying to leap toward him to get a lock of his hair or a limb. Vincent covered his ears, serpentining from the charging ghouls to reach the door. He was a few feet away when a grilled cheese-faced husky ghoul dressed as an usher blocked his path. Going somewhere? The ghoul usher said in a toadish voice. He reached out his sausage fingers to grab Vincent. Vincent ducked and slid under the usher, dashing toward the door. He tried to open it, but it wouldn't budge. He slammed his body against it, but to no avail. It was locked. It wasn't locked earlier. His only option was to go through the backstage doors. He groaned. He had just escaped from the devil, but now he had to dash down the aisle packed with hellish ghouls and get back on stage to flee this nightmare without being killed. Fuck. He gripped the sides of his scalp, scrunching handfuls of golden locks between his fingers. Vincent took a quick breath to stop his racing heart from bursting out of his chest. Regaining his composure, he kept to the wall, bolting toward the next section of the aisles. The corner of his eye caught sight of the stage, and he froze in terror. The glamorous stage resembled a set from Beetlejuice. A demonic face towered over the valance. A gothic manor backdrop rested behind the carmine curtains, and demonic props littered across the stage. He spent millions restoring the theater to its former glory. Now for a devilish bastard to turn it into a Tim Burton exhibit. Now wasn't the time to bitch about architecture. His soul was on the line, and he had to find a priest. Vincent dashed down the aisle while avoiding the blades of claws from each side. Ghouls hunched over one another, leaving tears on his tuxedo, but one managed to leave a nasty scratch on his left arm as he neared the stairs. Vincent darted up the stairs, back onto the stage as flashes of neon violet green stunned his vision. He staggered into a mannequin, violently rubbing his eyes to regain vision. As the blobs diminished from his pupils, he nearly skidded into the mannequin. His spine quivered as the mannequin transformed. A gap grew on its smooth, faceless head, and tiny, sharp fangs poked through the hole as it jerked its head forward. Its teeth were clattering, lunging to take a chunk of his shoulder, but Vincent delivered a sucker punch to the face, sending its head flying across the floor. The headless mannequin wailed its arms, scrambling on its knees to search for its missing head. Vincent hurried backstage, only to be intercepted by a flock of instruments that circled him while playing in the hall of the Goblin King. He tried to find an opening to break out of the jam circle, but the instruments were close-knit to ensure he didn't escape. An airborne guitar charged toward him, but he grabbed its neck and bashed through the band. He slammed the guitar onto the ground, breaking it in half like a breadstick. Vincent scanned the stage. Strange, there was no sign of the spectre anywhere. He turned toward the backdrop as his eyes darted to the faint exit sign just 20 feet away. Hope withered away upon hearing the spectre's sinister voice. "So close, yet so far," commented the spectre with his back against Vincent's. "But this is as far as you'll go." He turned and snapped his fingers. Before Vincent could run, tasseled snakes coiled around his arms, hoisted him up high in the air, dangling about like a puppet, tangled in its own strings and arms. He felt like his arms were about to be ripped out of their sockets. The spectre chortle turned into distorted cackling as the crimson-coated gentleman grew unfathomably tall, his charming smile replaced by sharp fangs. Ripples of hot flames streamed through his raven mane, and curled horns broke through the seams of the hat. "You've been such a blast to watch, Mr. Vincent. The tragic hero defying fate, only be tangled in threads that will not bend. One must ponder how he got himself into this bind. Was he desperate for attention or desperate for fame? Did he wish to have the spotlight all to himself?" The spectre laid his clawed palms against Vincent's chest, raising a hand toward the blinking eyeball spotlights, like he was quoting Shakespeare. Just like many before you, they dream of being the brightest star on the stage. I grant their wish, they shimmer and glow. But when it's time to collect, they struggle to hold on to their shine. But I always get delicious spark in the end. By delicious spark, you mean their soul? Exactly. Talent and souls taste divine when ripened with time, and yours is just ripe for the picking after 6 long years, said the spectre. His amber eyes sent shivers down Vincent's spine. The spectre stroked a long fingertip against Vincent's cheek, saliva dripping from his fangs. The tip of the spectre's claw gnashed his cheek, leaving a bloody long streak dribbling down the side of his neck. The spectre retracted his finger, licking the tiny splotch of blood like it was frosting. He released a sigh of satisfaction as his lips curled into a twisted, elated smile. "What a luscious flavor you have, but one cannot simply dine until the show is complete. What better to end the performance than one final bow before descending into hell?" the spectre proclaimed, squatting down near the floor and flicking his fingers together until a tiny ember danced upon the tip of his finger. The spectre ignited a charcoal-coated spiral underneath Vincent with a tap of his hoofed shoe. It burned through the pattern like a fuse to a bomb as the wood broke, magma bubbling beneath, swallowing up the spiral within seconds. A large circle manifested as a ring of fire danced around the edges. Vincent began to sweat, feeling the humidity underneath his feet. When he stared down at the portal, he wailed in horror at the brimstone towers and hundreds of imps with hungry eyes and claws ready to tear him to pieces. Please don't do this. I'm begging you," Vincent cried, pulling harder on his restraints. He hoped one of the tiebacks would break and allow him to swing towards the other side. Anyone help me." "Ah, your pleas mixed with your brewing fear make a lovely marinade to sweeten the soul." The spectre rose, stepped behind Vincent, and planted 2 fingers on the tassels. Tiny embers began to eat away at the thread. "I'm going to enjoy savoring every bite. For now, let's give the folks one hell of a bow."
Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That was awesome. I feel like we got to go on a whole journey with this devil of like, it's like a devil who's not a devil. He's kind of like a demon, devil, entity, creature. I'm not actually quite sure what type of devil he is, but he's a devil that I don't want to make a contract with. So I've thought about this a number of times, and I want to actually pose this question to the community. What do you think the devil really wanted from Vincent? I was like, I feel like there's an easy answer, but I've given you a couple options. Do you think he wanted his soul, plain and simple? Do you think he wanted his fame and adoration? Do you think he wanted to punish his arrogance to make him perform forever, or to recruit him for something darker? I'm going to throw that up in the comments, and I will let y'all vote. All right,
It
my friend,
really
what do you guys think?
it really feels like the demon in this one, like he's a patient demon. He's like he's got this time frame, and he likes his souls to marinate, in fame, to marinate in
Mhm,
arrogance. He's looking for souls with a specific flavor, and he
mhm,
is willing to. Oh yeah, I'll give you this for a few years. It's like somebody who makes wine or whiskey or something. They're
mhm,
willing to wait that time to get the flavor they want. And the terror of the collection, it adds a little bit of spiciness to it, the way he's like, or sweetness maybe, because he's like, ooh, frosting.
mhm.
And it's like,
I know, because I think the easy answer is like, okay, is he just want to like eat him? Is like he just wants to eat his soul? But it feels like there's more to it than just eating his soul.
Also, the theatrics that he himself
Mm-hmm.
institutes. It's like, well,
It's you know what's really interesting is when I think about this story and I think about the theme and the vibe of it, it kind of it almost feels like it's very like that the world's almost exaggerated. And I was probably influenced by the end there when with the hell of a bow line. I'm like, all right, hell of a boss, Has Been Hotel, for anybody who knows those types of worlds, a little anime-esque. As a gamer, it reminded me of a very specific game that I remember playing a few years back called Catherine, where it has that same exact character type. It's a character who's like trapped in a dream dealing with the devil. But that's kind of what it reminded me of personally. What did you guys think about the world that was created with this demon
oh,
and Vincent?
I loved it. And doing Has Been Hotel, Hell of a Boss references.
Mm-hmm,
The Scarlet Spectre had this very Alistair feel,
mm-hmm,
the way he spoke, the way he dressed. But they describe him as at like he's like a J. Barnum, which
mm-hmm.
immediately made me think of like vaudeville and that whole era of type of entertainment. And I'm like, and he had spent all this money like rebuilding this theater and doing this stuff, and now he's like, he's done, he's out.
Yeah, I think it was so cool because I feel like the thematically it felt like everything just made sense. It all took place in a theater. It's his like last. It's like one of his like all-time fames, and it kind of works out like this was like the perfect moment for his story, for his soul to be collected. And of course, like his character is kind of like egotistical, and it works. Like you kind of tell that he's like he thinks it's like a fan in the beginning, and you could just tell he's very full of himself. Do you guys feel like he played that actor trope he very well?
The funny thing is, why run?
Mm-hmm.
He's like, yeah, you signed it, yeah, you did this. And then it's like, oh, I'm gonna run from the demon.
I'm gonna run from the demon and I need a priest.
I
It's
know
like,
that. I think that's what his head
how
is
far
doing.
is the theater from the church?
Mm-hmm. I know the fact that he thinks that he can like escape and get away. Just by running away, even though somebody's clearly followed him for 6 years. I'm like, okay, but it worked. It's like it matches his character.
And I love the idea of the orchestra instruments like swirling around him, like
That
something
was
from a
fun.
Disney film gone wrong, you know.
Yeah,
And,
it
and
feels
he
like it's
like
like a dark, like, yep. Hmm.
he grabs the guitar and like beats his way out of the circle of instruments. It's like,
Yeah, I think that was definitely a lot of fun. I think it was interesting that it's interesting because the journey, you feel like he's actually going to escape. A couple of times you think like just him running, and it's like, oh, maybe he'll escape. Maybe he just has to get out of the theater, and this becomes a story where he's just on the run for the rest of his life. Oh man. What part resonated the most with you guys for this world?
the audience of ghouls watching.
Oh yeah, there was definitely some really, really creepy ones there, wasn't there? Yeah, I would say there was definitely some really creepy ones. I mean, like, not only we had ghouls, we had objects, we had magic, and then at the end, do you think he went to like a hellscape, or like what do you guys think actually happened to him at the end there? Do you think
I think
he's dead? Do you think he just falls to the
he
hole and
ended
he's
up on
dead?
a demon platter.
Or does he like end up in like a has been hotel type universe where he's stuck in this crazy world?
I'm I'm like, I know it's like in a demonic plane of some sort, but
Mhm.
at the same time, I'm like, I feel like it'd be almost worse if for him if it was like he continued to be a star in hell, but forcibly. Like you signed this deal, you rose to stardom, now you get to deal with it.
That's actually kind of funny. The idea that he just gets dragged to hell to become a performer for the
And
devil.
and it would be like if like that would be like you get dragged to hell to be a bad performer. You have to do bad. Like I used to. Okay, I wrote a short story about a guy who had to deal with the devil, and the story was actually about these two demons that were dating. But the one demon, he's like, you need to hurry up because my anniversary's today, and my wife is on the way, and he's like, I have a deal for you. I guarantee you that you will be able to work and be popular and successful for the rest of your life. And they're like, oh, so you're gonna give me like a TV show, like a talk show or a night show? And they no, you're gonna host The Price is Right. And and it was just like, okay, I'll do it. And it's like, it would be something like that. There was like, we've all seen those actors, they have this really amazing role and then they get one bad movie. And it
Yep.
just seems like they get stuck in the bad movie role
Yep.
forever.
Hmm.
And it's like, that would be, his thing would be like, okay, so you're going to do stage plays and it's like Romeo and Juliet,
Hmm.
but it's with amoebas.
And I just like imagine he's being like 18 and like his like arms are being bit on by like goblins the entire time and these like imps, and then he's like getting like these instruments just like whacked at him the entire time, and they're really just taunting him for eternity.
Or like, because he's a theater owner and director, it's like, okay, so now you have to direct the most incompetent demons in hell and put on plays for Satan and Lucifer and the high court of demons, but you only have like the dumbest, worst demons to work with.
I absolutely love that. So, Lynn, let me pull up from the community. What did the community think? What do you guys really think happened? Or what do you guys think the devil really wanted from Vincent? So we polled, and this was actually a pretty even polling. Here, it looks like the winner is to punish his arrogance. Nobody thought he wanted to be recruited for something darker. We got a couple, his soul, his fame and adoration, to make him perform, but most believed it was to punish his arrogance. What a fun story, Paige. Thank you so much. I think this is definitely going to be a really, really great contender as we look towards our supernatural creatures. So now I'm going to let you all vote. as we're going to move along to the end of our little supernatural segment. So let me pull it up here. Let's see. So, as a reminder, we've now gone through our 5 supernatural stories, and let me cue them up. It was like, here we go. So we went through the Mothman's. Let's see. We went through Dead Girl, Where Nothing Remains, the Mothman Seeker, the Scraping, and final curtain call. Now it's time to put it to a vote. What creature was your favorite? This is going to help me make a determination on which stories we hope can make it to the Freaky Friday anthology. And let me throw this up here as maybe. Okay, perfect. So we have the choices, and so we got our 4 choices here. Let me copy the link, and y'all can vote on which one was your favorite supernatural creature. All right, there we go. So I'm going to throw that poll in. We'll get that a little bit. We'll come back here and we'll see in just a little bit which supernatural creature was your favorite in the community. Awesome.
It's so hard to choose.
I know, right? Like, Mom, you've been here with me for all 5 of these stories. So I'm like, I don't even know which creature is my favorite. I think, my favorite creature could be different from the creature that I felt was pulled off the strongest. I don't know. I'm on the fence right now because all 5 of them are completely different creatures. And then, Kat, for your reference, we had a Banshee Ghost character. We had a Reaper, so really kind of like a Grim Reaper-ish type character. We had a Mothman, a dark evil entity creature, and then, of course, our devil type creature. So 5 very distinct creature types.
Yeah, none of those sound even similar, so it'd be like, which one?
I know. We're going to see, so help us choose. Help us decide which ones were your favorite. But for now, Kat, Mama Maggie, I'll let you guys get going because we're going to be hopping into our next segment. Mama Maggie, you said you have to
I have to go. I have to go take care of the critters because, #farm life. And then I have a stream that will start at 9 Eastern, so I won't be here for the rest of this. Lovely discussion. I will definitely be eavesdropping for the interview because I absolutely love listening to author interviews and hearing about how other authors make things work. I'm Mama Maggie Ward, independent author, stroke survivor, migraine overcomer. You can find me under MM Ward on Amazon and under Penumbra Mine on Wattpad Inkit, Instagram, and Twitter and Blue Sky. I am also MM Ward, author MM Ward on Facebook. Currently, I have 40 books, counting the anthologies that I am published in. And I hope that everyone has a very lovely evening listening to the interviews and the rest of the stories.
Thank you so much for joining us, Mama Maggie. I appreciate you, and I know we'll see you around. All right. And so we're going to be moving right along in our next segment. But first, I want to do a quick call out for those of you who missed out on our Freaky Friday competition last year. So after last year, that was the first one we tried. We came out with the Freaky Friday Anthology, Volume 1. Essentially, this was our 12 winners, and then we did a special edition where the creators, we added a couple more stories. So this was the anthology, this was the paperback. If you want to support the community or you want to check out the stories from last year, you can pick up a copy. It's linked down in the YouTube description down below. If you want to check out some of our stories from last year, because we're about to chat with some of our winners from last year's competition. So definitely come support the community. I will drop that because I am always prepared. So let's see. The anthology is somewhere. Well, it's linked down in the YouTube description. You can find it. And if you're not on YouTube, I'll get that link to you. So come support us. Freaky Friday Anthology. We did our second anthology, our second competition, Faded Fantasy, which the anthology is almost ready to launch. So we'll be launching the Faded Fantasy Anthology that we did back in spring with fantasy and romance. That will be launching within the next couple of days. And then we'll be queued up for our third anthology. And we're going to see which winners are going to make it. But Courtney, thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you. For our Twitch fam over there, anybody who wants to check out the first anthology put on by the WriteNow community. So, without further ado, let's hop into our next segment. We're going to hop into a crafting story segment where we're going to chat with some of the winners from last year's competition. So without further ado, let me bring to the stage our very own Miss Courtney Harding. Welcome, welcome, Courtney. And our other fellow writer in the community, Brock Cooper. Welcome. All right, and let's see, Brock, I think you're muted, but I can see you. All right. So for everybody who doesn't know, obviously I know you guys are a little more familiar with Courtney, but any of you guys who don't know, Courtney, Brock, do you guys just want to do a quick little intro of yourselves? Who are you? What do you write? And yeah, we'll start there.
Okay. I'm Courtney Harding. I write contemporary romance. In 18 days, Fallen for a Storm, my debut novel, will finally be released. So yay. And then apparently I write horror and during Halloween.
Yay! I absolutely love your costume, your vibe. We got like, oh wait, I know. Okay, I know.
You'll have to listen to my story to figure out what I am.
I was like, I knew it. You're like, quick call out. You're like, what is Courtney? Well, you're just gonna have to stick around.
What is Lulu?
Well, Courtney, thank you so much for joining us today. And Brock, I'll kick it over to you. And then Brock, you're muted.
There we go.
There we go. Perfect. Yep.
I'm Brock Cooper. I've been writing professionally for, probably about 30 years now. I started off in newspapers, then doing, blogging and article writing. But had my first short story published back in 2010. I was lucky enough to be part of the top 10 for the Bram Stoker Awards that year for short stories. And I primarily write, like I said, horror because I love it. I've been watching it since I was way too young. And a little bit of fantasy, and I'm getting into lit RPG. I know it's a new thing, but, Matt Dinniman and Dungeon Crawler are out there. So I've got about 4 different books started, and I swear to God I'll finish them one of these days. I think
you're muted now.
Yeah.
Brock, thank you so much for joining us. I really appreciate it. And I thought it would be cool to do this little segment to talk about crafting horror. So if you're just hopping into the stream, welcome to second annual Freaky Friday competition. I'm sitting down and chatting with a few of our winners from last year's competition. So let me see if I can pull up onto the screen. And you know what's interesting? What actually made me decide to go with the segment of the so that we had 4 winners from last year's competition, and of the 4 of you, 3 of you guys resubmitted to participate this year, and all 3 of you are the only 3 who submitted in the same exact category.
Yeah, we decided fight to the finish. Who's gonna
win? I'm like, and that was like completely like it was unintentional.
It was totally unplanned. Yeah.
I was like, all 3 winners are trying to go for the gold this year.
Great minds think alike.
Yeah.
Exactly. So I was trying to see if I had had your story blurbs pulled up. Let's see. Kind of. Yes, maybe. I was like, in a perfect world, I am always prepared. And
hey, it's time. We're here for the good stuff.
I know. I was like, I had it looks like I kind of did. I was like, I don't know where I put the I don't have the images readily available. But so for those of you who joined us for last year's competition, I just happen to have the book here in front of me. So we did, let's see, Courtney, Brock, what was the titles of your stories?
I am Laughing in the Dark, chapter 8.
Mm-hmm.
And mine was Night of the Hillbilly.
Yes. So I know we had, I was like, I just happen to have the paperback here. So we had Laughing in the Dark, which is a fun, evil, super scary, like clown with evil, these evil, like clown type characters. Definitely kind of remind me of like some classic horror stories. And then we also had our hillbillies and zombies. Probably one of the funniest comedic horror stories that I've experienced before.
Yeah.
So it's interesting that you guys decided to embark on horror again. And Courtney, I know what you normally work on. Brock, do you usually work on scary stories as well?
Yeah, I was involved with the Horror Writers Association, probably 5, 10 years ago,
Okay.
and so I have mostly just write horror, but I'm definitely expanding out as a little bit of fantasy and like I said, with a lit RPG earlier. But yeah, horror's mostly been my wheelhouse. I've watched pretty much every horror movie since like the 1950s. So
I
good ones
absolutely
and
you
the bad
have
ones.
knowledge. So I'm curious. So last year, you guys embarked on these stories. We got zombie hillbillies, and then Courtney, we had Joker. What
Well,
was
we
that?
had cannibalists. We had cannibalists.
Huh?
They ate people. They were cannibalists.
Cannibals. It was like cannibalistic.
Yeah,
I was like, I don't know why I keep wanting to say clowns. They were like
because
cannibals. They
Creep.
were like,
Your favorite character was Creep, even though he wasn't even a main character.
I'm just thinking evil clown now.
Yeah.
Um, and then you guys brought your stories forward this year into still the scary, but two completely different styles. So without giving anything away, I can throw up on the screen the story covers. Here we go. So these are our three horror thriller stories. And unfortunately, Megan couldn't join us today, but these are the three. Courtney, we have yours with Shards of Silence. And Brock, yours is He Wants to Kill Me. So I have to know, when we think about crafting horror stories, how do you guys decide like what type of scary story you're going to tell? And then how do you go about developing it? And I've never written a horror scary story. Like yourself, Brock, I've consumed many, many scary
Mhm.
movies, but never really written one yet.
Well, I can say for me, I spent 7 years as a general assignment reporter for a newspaper, and
Okay.
you see the very very best of humanity and the very very worst in there. You see communities coming out to do organ matching because a child needs an organ, and then with my hillbilly story, it literally a family that came into me and talked about how there was a cemetery that was mishandling uh, people there, and people going into the wrong graves and people being like stored for years at a time, and that's where I kind of got the idea from that, because the people that own that, their father had died, and they were both sort of hillbilly meth heads, and just took the cheap way out, just made as much money as possible, and that's where I kind of came up with that one. And then sort of the other one is I usually find like it problems in stories. It's like for me, like I was always like, how did they get out of the graves? If you're in a zombie, it's like you're in a casket. You spent like 10 grand for the casket. You got 6 feet of dirt on top of you. It's like, how is that going to happen? And it's like only if someone's stupid and buries you in something crappy and cheap. And so that's kind of where most of my stuff comes from, is personal
Mhm.
experience, and just sort of like these weird questions that come up when I'm watching endless B movies.
Hmm. So it's interesting how much you take from real life and then translate that into what if? What if this thing happens? How am I going to scare somebody? That's interesting. I'm fascinated.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's crazy. I mean, my time as a reporter, it was yeah. I did it for 7 years and couldn't do it anymore after that.
did you really experience that much horror while your reporting years?
Oh yeah, all kind. We the accidents, fires,
Hmm.
the occasional murders and that kind of thing, and you just You see people, and it's not even the criminals. I mean, sometimes it's the politicians, it's
Mhm.
the mayors of small towns, and that kind of thing, who take advantage of people and that kind of thing. So it's like, my time as a reporter really, one, made me incredibly jaded, and two, it's like I can pretty much scare the pants off people because I've seen the worst that people can do.
Man, and I think that's so interesting that you embarked on comedy last year when you could really just go so horrific and scary, which is
Mhm.
going to be a really interesting contrast to your story for this year. I'm super excited to see what the community thinks about it. But Courtney, how do you embark on your scariest stories? As someone who's a romance writer, when you have to switch gear, like what went through your development process?
So I normally start with like an emotion and
Okay.
that like I just really can't shake, and then figure out like how to add some horror elements into it and just let the story play out. But I also think that like there's a very fine line between horror and romance, and
Mhm.
like I, I think romance is like healing wounds while horror is like investigating the
Mhm.
gore of it. And
Mhm.
so like with Laughing in the Dark, it was like feeling ostracized and like being alone in a crowded room, and like
Mhm.
taking that emotion and building on it and being like, okay, well, you have two or three, well, you have three in Laughing in
Mhm.
the Dark, but you have like three people that like they're your A1s, like they're with you always, but like the world
Mhm.
doesn't see you the way you want to be seen, and like you feel alone.
Yeah, I remember when we were experiencing that story. I remember thinking that I had felt a very Wednesday Addams type vibe crossed with cannibals.
Yeah. Well, yeah, you said it was Wednesday meets Texas Chainsaw, and I was
Yep,
like,
yep,
yes.
exactly what I was going for. So when you guys started developing your stories for this year, you're like, okay, we're gonna try this again. What made you decide of the three genres, you're gonna do thriller horror, and then what made you decide on your stories?
For me, once again, it goes back to kind of something that when I was a reporter, um,
Mhm.
we do police reports every day, and so one of the things that we did was I came in, and I had a police report, and I kind of noticed the name was familiar to me. Like I've seen it before, and we have a database that if you type in the name, it'll bring up everything about that person,
Mhm.
and so I did that. And what was crazy was it was a domestic violence charge, and that brought me up a complete like multi over a period of 4 or 5 years, the relationship that was involved with. It started off with domestic violence charge. Then I found like the marriage certificate. These people got married. More domestic violence. And then there was the birth announcement. And it just and so. Seeing this whole relationship, in a compact form over all those years, it really, you start to think about the cycle of abuse, and not only that, but generational abuse and things like that. So I wanted to really dig into something like that, where it's like, here's this poor woman that is being assaulted in her home, and her husband's dead. It's like she can't even escape things
Mhm.
when she's supposed to be able to, and that's sort of where it came from for me. Is just I've this
Interesting.
really, just toxic relationship, just kind
Mhm.
of seen over a period, of years in these little news blurbs.
Mhm.
And sort of it just got me thinking about, how this poor woman was feeling, how she, spent all that time there, and then
Mhm.
finally able to get out. So, yeah, it was just, it was really, really a powerful thing when it happened to me, and it just
Mhm.
always stayed with me all these years.
You know what's really interesting, as the only one who's read all the stories so far? And by the way, if you're just hopping into the stream, welcome. Just a quick call out. We're doing a horror interview with our winners from last year's Freaky Friday competition. And then we're going to be hopping into their stories next in the thriller horror category. But I think what's interesting is all three of your stories, completely different worlds, but all three of them, an underlying theme is a toxic relationship. And it's very fascinating. I'm like, wow, you guys are like, you guys are like thinking like pretty much alike, but like all like different like styles. Like I'm very, very fascinated. When we think about horror and we think about how do we bring these themes forward, right? it's a 5 to 10 minute reading experience,
Mhm.
and we want our reader to walk away with some type of feeling. How do you tackle something that is a toxic experience, but letting the reader kind of learn something from it?
I think that it has to do with like the emotions that you're trying to invoke within it,
Mm-hmm.
and like how, like with mine, it's you'll recognize, like, it's not jump scare typical horror like scary, but it's like you'll recognize pieces within you that it will stick with you longer.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're like, well, crap, that could happen, you know, like,
Mhm.
but also it can't happen because it's a fictional story, but it's like moments in it you're like, that's too realistic, and it sticks with you. And
Yeah.
that's the more scary part because it's realistic.
So you think it's really trying to find that balance, that blend between fiction and reality?
Yeah. Because
Mhm.
what's more scary than life?
Mhm.
Hey, you're not sure. I agree. And I think trying to figure out how do we evoke that what's that like similar feeling. It's things that people don't want to experience and don't want to deal with. But if they resonate with it at some way, shape, or form, it's almost like it increases the fear for them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, with mine, it was really, it's creating sort of this visceral picture. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
One of the things I really want to do, because I want to connect people with these injuries that this woman is having, and just really, have them feel it, at the same time she does, get that feeling and that overwhelming, sort of feeling of despair and hopelessness that is going through her. So.
Mm-hmm. Wow, that's interesting. So with your guys' longer work, so after we get through this Freaky Friday competition,
Mm-hmm.
you guys gonna be working on more longer form horror stories?
Oh yeah, like I said, I've got about 4 books that I've already started. I will finish them one of these days. It's just the typical writer thing where you're going to do it and then something comes up and you never do. But yeah, I've got one horror novel, uh, one fantasy novel, and I've got a lit RPG that I'm working on. So.
That's exciting. And I know both of you guys are, so it sounds like you're working on different stories, different genres, which I'm fully a belief in, right? We push ourselves as writers. If somebody wanted to like explore and embark into the horror, the thriller genre, do you guys have any tips you guys would offer to them? As like, let's say a beginner, somebody who has like no knowledge about writing horror. Maybe like myself, I have no knowledge about writing horror.
So me last year. um, I think mine would just be like, you got to make it your own. Like, yeah, you can watch all the horror movies, you can, Stephen King your little heart out, but like, that's been made. You got to make it your own. So like, you got to figure out how your strengths can go into it. And so like with me, like I use my ability to write emotion, and I use that to like transform how I look at horror. Since I don't watch scary movies, I'm not a horror person at all.
But for me, a lot of it has to do with people. Yeah, reading the classics, the big, not, like even going back, Bram Stoker,
Mm-hmm.
Mary Shelley,
Mm-hmm.
even like Beowulf, that sort of that kind of thing. Really getting the Lovecraft, seeing how they do things and learn that horror world building. That's what kind of world is going to be, what interests you, and then go from there. Like for me, I love zombies. Always have loved zombies. It's like I watched Dawn of the Dead when I was 4 years old, and probably still have serious trauma from it all these years. Um, but that's what got me into it. And then reading things like Clive Barker and Dean Koontz, Stephen King, and then getting involved with people who also know the genre, like through groups like Right Now and things like that. My work
Mm-hmm.
with the HWA. I really had an opportunity to meet a lot of great people and talk about things and just sort of learn the craft through doing. It's horror is a unique thing. It's people get the world itself is a horror enough, and to be able to do something to create some genuine fright when we're dealing with so much already is a challenge, and definitely worth doing.
I absolutely love that. And Brock, as a horror enthusiast, I have to ask, what's your favorite horror media, franchise, book, film, TV of all time?
That would be Hellraiser, the first three Hellraiser.
Oof, all
Pinhead,
right.
Pinhead. He was one of my favorite characters, always has been.
Mhm.
And then when he got past the third one with Terry Farrell was in it, and then after that you just ignore it because those went all like the straight to video, bad ones. But the first three,
Mhm.
definitely amazing, and yeah, it's my favorite by far.
All right. So, Courtney, you're going to push yourself into experiencing a Hellraiser at some point in the future.
I got to do that, and then I got to do 1974 Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I mod for somebody on TikTok who's like a horror fanatic, and he's like that. He is telling me that is the movie I need to go see and love. So
Well, I absolutely love this. I think this is a really, really great conversation, especially for a lot of writers in the community who I don't think we have a crazy amount of horror writers, but it's interesting because anytime we do a competition, a lot of writers will push themselves outside of their genre, which I think is absolutely fascinating.
yeah,
And
no,
I
I
ask
would highly
myself,
suggest the community to just jump into your contest because all it does is make you a better writer. Like I'm a romance writer. I'm not a horror fanatic. I'm not, a fantasy writer. And I've entered both contests. And I've just grown as a writer from it.
yeah, I feel. What was that, Brooke?
Said I 100% agree.
Mhm.
I've loved this. This is one of my favorite concerts I've been in. So yeah, definitely love this.
I appreciate that. And I mean, this is always my goal, right? We all know that writing a book, writing a story, whether it's a flash fiction, short story, novella, novel, takes time, takes energy, it takes consistency. And I think when we do events that A are first off free, most competitions out there charge you to submit. When we do events that are free and it allows you to challenge yourself and grow yourself as a writer, and then you also gives you an opportunity to be published, like I think for me that's the win because I want more writers to finish writing their stories and to just become better writers through the act of learning with others. So I think that was something that's always very important to me. And I ask myself,
I was gonna say that shows with the community you've built.
Mhm.
I think that's a common interest we all have.
Mhm. And I think what's interesting, if I were to embark on writing a scary story, because I mean, even with my main book with Scarecrow, there's scary elements,
Yeah.
but I didn't want to write a horror story. If I was to embark on writing a horror story, I feel like I would probably kind of take a cross between out of both of your guys' playbooks, and I would look at something at real life, but then I would also look at something that I could then kind of make my own and craft into like a new style. I don't know how I would scare people though. I think that's the thing. Like I understand visual media, but in a book, I'm like, okay, well, how? It probably has to rely on word choice and paragraph structure and sentence rhythm to pull the reader into getting scared into that moment. So I'm not sure. I think it's incredible what you guys are doing. I'm like, I haven't even tried it yet. So what do I know?
It's nothing better like when you surprise yourself. When
Mhm.
you're reading something and as you're going along and something happens and all of a sudden it gives you chills down your back, and
Mhm.
for me that was Michael Crichton in Jurassic Park when Nedry was out there and the spitter got him, and that the spitter was this cute little thing. It hit him with the
Mhm.
poison, and then it came over and just ripped his intestines out, and I'm just like that totally just took me by surprise and just was like you know and those are the moments in a book that you love and what you look for.
I absolutely agree. I remember reading the original Jurassic Park, and I remember being so scared. Even though like that's not a horror story, right? It's really like it's like adventure horror undertone. Um, but it's great because it has those moments, those visceral moments where
Mm-hmm.
you feel like you are right there with the character. And then you're like, all right, well, clearly dinosaurs aren't a thing, but if they were, you don't want to be near them. That's not where you want to be stuck. So I absolutely agree. And I can tell here we have a couple of great recommendations here in the chat. Lori, welcome, my friend, Event Horizon. That is a scary thing that will mess you up. I have not seen that one, but I assume that's probably pretty creepy. And anyone who has great horror, scary recommendations, definitely drop a comment. We always are looking for fun, creepy things to watch.
Yeah, no, I might have asked that horror fanatic that I mod for to go and get the first anthology because he read my story and was like, "Oh, I love this," and I was like, "Yeah." So,
well, very, very cool. And then for everyone just hopping in, once again, you can always pick up last year's Freaky Friday anthology. It's linked down in the YouTube description down below. Our Faded Fantasy anthology will be launching within the next few days. And then this Freaky Friday anthology, which will technically be volume 3, my goal is to launch it in November. So I've kind of adjusted the process so we can get the anthology out sooner after the competition ends. So very, very cool. Let's see. Awesome. So yeah, definitely a really, really great conversation. Courtney, Brock, and then of course our other competitor, Megan, who we are going to experience their stories. We're going to explore and we're going to see which of their stories are the scariest and the creepiest, which one are going to give us the best twist in this next bit. But I just want to thank both of you for joining me today. I think this is absolutely incredible. I think the community clearly voted on your guys' stories last year, and we'll see what the community thinks this year. I know I've read through them, and I'm already scared.
Thanks so much.
thanks for having us.
Of course. And then for anybody who doesn't know about you guys, is there anything that you guys are working on right now so the community could check out more of what you're doing?
Yeah, I'm working on selling this. Please, thank you. And it comes out on November 11th, Veterans Day, because author turned storyteller just sounds like a cool, or sorry, army turned storyteller sounds like a really cool marketing plan. It's a contemporary romance that overcomes grief in all forms. But I'm very big on if you can't finish it, please don't force yourself to. I'll come out with more books. So, yeah.
Awesome. And yes, Lori. Lori asks, is this Courtney, Shards of Silence? Yes, Courtney is dressed up as her character, which Lori is actually going to be reading in just a little bit. And Brock, I'll shoot it over to you.
Wish I could say so, but I really just working on the. I have a full-time job as doing digital marketing, so this is sort of the stuff I get to do for fun. But yeah, I am hopefully to have a book done this year or in the next probably 6 months, and go from there.
Awesome. And then you guys, of course, are always welcome to come join us on Writers Night. Every Wednesday, writers group, we talk about nothing. And maybe we procrastinate. And maybe we get some writing done. So you guys are, of course, always invited. But thank you so much for joining us today. And I will let you guys get going so we can hear your stories.
Thank you so much.
All right. Excellent. So what a great interview. What a fun time as we kind of got to go a little bit into what it takes to craft a horror story. But now I'm sure you are excited to hop into the next bit. So we're going to be hopping into our next segment as we experience the thriller and horror story submissions. One was Courtney, one was Brock, and then the other one was by Irene. So we're going to be experiencing these stories next, and we're going to see just what we can see and which one is your favorite. But first, before we hop into them, let me do a really quick shout out. Y'all voted on which supernatural story was your favorite. Once again, this is going to help me, along with all the conversations we've had, determine which of the supernatural stories are going to make it into the second annual Freaky Friday anthology. So let me pull it up here. Let's see. I can pull up the results. Excellent. We had some good voting over here. So I'll throw it up here on the screen. The results from your favorite supernatural stories that we've read so far in today's competition. So we had let's see, it looks like, everyone was really liking the Entity. So it looks like we got a really interest in the Entity. We've gotten some interest in the Reaper and the Devil. And just as a reminder, this is not a reflection on the stories. This is a reflection on the specific supernatural creature. There's a difference. And we will keep in mind that part of the competition was in choosing and creating a supernatural creature. That was the challenge writers had, and that is the journey we embark on. So, without further ado, let's hop into our next set of stories. We're hopping into thriller horror, but I can't do it by myself. So let me bring back to the stage a little bit of chaos. Welcome, Cat Leo. Welcome back, my friend.
Oh, there's some cat chaos happening next to me.
Does that ever mess with you? There's like double amounts of chaos in your cafe.
Yeah, because there's two cats, and one's like, I want the treats right now, so I had to give him the treat pushing, and the other one's just like, I'm just gonna go knock things over here.
And they only want the treats when it's time for when you're needed.
Yeah.
That's usually how it works out.
Yep.
Cats live on their own time.
They do.
So, Kat, thank you for sticking around. I'm super excited to hop into this next one. We're going a completely different genre for you with this second story. And let me pull it up here. And for everybody just hopping in, welcome to our Freaky Friday competition. I'll throw up the schedule really fast so you guys can see what we got queued up. We're going to be hopping next into our 3 thriller horror stories. We're going to be first experiencing He Wants to Kill Me by Brock Cooper. Then we'll be going into Shards of Silence by Courtney Harding. And then The Search by Irene. So that's what we got. We're hopping into it now. Those are all Eastern time zone. And let's see, not too far behind. So let's do it. Let's hop into it. Kat, you know the drill. I'm going to throw up the blurb, and then you can start whenever you're ready. And perfect.
He Wants to Kill Me by Brock Cooper. When a domestic disturbance turns supernatural, a veteran cop faces a vengeful specter and a mother's ruinous confession, ending in a single devastating act. Maribel Madison gripped the telephone and raised the receiver to a bruised and bloody ear as her shaky hand dialed 911. A nearby lamp sailed across the room like a tracer bullet, startling her as it slammed into the wall. Merville PD, what's your emergency? The dispatcher's voice crackled over the line. I need your help, Maribel said, barely above a whisper. Please, he wants to kill me. Lieutenant Brian Fitzgerald spent 5 years knee-deep in drugs and decay as a Chicago vice cop. Dead kids, strung-out parents, and a truckload of Narcan were the milestones of his time in the big city. He survived with liberal doses of menthol to his lungs and whiskey for the soul. He was no stranger to vice and violence. He stared at the picture of his wife and daughter, clipped carefully to the onboard computer. Vice was a lifetime ago, and he liked it that way. Hey, Fitz, the dispatcher said over the crackle and hiss of the police radio. We've got a possible domestic disturbance at 4th and Ulsid. She said someone was trying to kill her, and then the line went dead. On my way, Fitz said, exhaling a long, ragged breath. He loved the peace and quiet of Merville because nothing ever happened, until it did. Is he still there? That's unconfirmed. I've got you and Bernie en route. Bernie was a young guy, full of piss and vinegar, only 3 weeks on the force and out to prove himself. He'd be just as likely to catch a thief as shoot himself in the ass. It only took a couple of minutes to get to the house. The squad cars pulled into the driveway simultaneously. Red and blue lights lit up the neighborhood, bathing the houses in an eerie strobe that brought out the gawkers. The house was a modest white ranch, much like his. There were no frills or embellishments, just one of many on the block. Bernie was already out of his car with a hand on his holster. Wait up, Fitz said, hoping to keep the young officer alive for another day. Let me get the door. You can be my backup. He walked up to the door and heard crashes that sounded like large boulders inside a child's giant tumbler. Fitz pounded on the door with 3 hard knocks. This is the Merville police. Open up. The door slowly opened, and a small woman with a split lip peered out. She had disheveled brown hair and dried blood under a crooked, broken nose. Her eyes were wide with fear, and fresh tears streaked her face. Please help me, a meek and hoarse voice said. He's trying to kill me. The frail woman rushed forward and grabbed Fitz in an awkward embrace. Her vice-like hug dug into his sides. He placed a hand on her back for comfort. That's when he felt it, a tug. First, it was soft, like a child pulling on a parent's leg. Its intensity grew until it lifted the woman into the air. "No, please no," she screamed, digging her nails into Fitz's back as she resisted the pull inside the house. "He's not going to let me go," she wailed like a young widow calling for her dead lover. An unseen presence squeezed her ribs, and Fitz heard a bone break. At 6'4" and 250 pounds, Fitz had trouble balancing without being thrust into the house with her. She held on for dear life, and he wasn't going to let her go. He was only a few feet from the entrance, and something inside him knew it would be a one-way trip. The force yanked her again and again. The seasoned police officer stole a glance at Bernie, who stood frozen like a child as if he had just found out the boogeyman was real. He was on his own. Stealing his resolve, Fitz stopped struggling and let the force pull him into the house along with the screaming woman. Crossing the threshold, the woman lost her grip. The entity heaved her into the air like a rag doll, slamming her into the wall with a wet, sickening thud. It dragged her against the sandpaper-like stucco, creating new scrapes and cuts with every movement. Fitz heard Bernie pounding on the door, but it wouldn't budge. The force released the woman's body as she fell to the ground, a slumped heap. He ran to assess her injuries. "My name is Maribel," she said with a forced smile through bloodied teeth. "Nice to meet you, officer. I told you he wouldn't let me go." She stared blankly forward like a porcelain doll, broken by years of use. "Maribel," Fitz said, shaking her lightly, "I need you to come back to me. If we're going to survive this, then I need to know what's going on. It's my husband, Stephen. I killed him, and now he wants revenge, and I deserve it." Maribel shot up the wall like a rocket. She was a grotesque marionette with her arms and legs splayed. Her face wrenched back as if struck, and fresh crimson oozed from her mouth and lip. The entity pummeled her again and again until her face was a mass of blood and bruises. Her hair was matted and one eye swollen shut. "Go ahead and kill me, you son of a bitch. You were too much of a coward to do it in life." "You deserve to die," a voice said, seemingly nowhere and everywhere. It was sharp and raspy like a record played on an old Victrola. "Maribel, tell me what happened. Tell me how you killed your husband." Fitz's voice boomed in a silent house. "And daughter," she said with a voice steeped in melancholy. "He beat me for years, but when he hit our daughter, I had to do something." She coughed and blood trickled down her chin. Her haggard breathing rattled like a machine with a loose screw. "One night, I went to the car and severed the brake lines. I hoped he'd go to work one day and just never come back," she said as tears mixed with blood on her face, giving her the rouged cheeks of a Raggedy Ann doll. "He woke up early. He was in good mood and wasn't drunk, so he decided to surprise us with breakfast. Sophia heard him getting ready and met him at the door. I woke up to police knocking and my family dead." The confession roused the creature's rage once again. A dark mass took shape in the living room, growing exponentially and bathing the room in a heavy, oppressive darkness. Fitz felt like someone had thrown a weighted blanket on his back, making every movement a chore. The shadow lunged forward, knocking Fitz across the room and into a nearby table. The room was pitch black, and all he could hear was Maribel's muffled screams. He felt around in the darkness until his fingers landed on a cord he hoped led to a lamp. He quickly found the switch and bathed the area in light. He saw Maribel, lifted against the wall with the large shadow holding her by the throat. Sweat dampened Fitz's clothes as the creature exuded waves of heat like a nuclear reactor on meltdown. Wait, Fitz cried out, hoping to break the creature's concentration. "She confessed. We can take her to jail. You can have justice." Justice! The word hit him like the hot air of a furnace, scorching his cheeks. "She doesn't deserve justice for what she did to me and Daddy." The one eye Maribel could still open went wide, with terror and pure agony spilled from her mouth in rivulets of despair and horror. "Sophia? No, not my baby. Please don't let this be my baby." Shadow Sophia let her mother go. The wrecked and tortured body dropped to the floor like a basket of sopping wet clothes. The fresh wounds pumped blood around her body, creating a crimson puzzle. The menacing shadow shrank down to a mere 3 feet, and the terrifying dark mass became a petite brunette girl in a flowery white dress. The unbearable heat and palpable anger never abated. Fitz couldn't believe a small, innocent girl could cause such brutal, unmerciful violence. She was only a little younger than his own daughter. Her mouth didn't move, but the booming Victrola voice echoed through the room. I watched as monsters took Daddy away, and I was left there, alone, Sophia screamed. No one came for me. No one. Not you. Not God. I was just alone, watching as they hauled my body away. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, baby. I never wanted you to get hurt, Maribel said, sobbing. Her body was a mass of broken bones and torn flesh, but none of the injuries compared to the pain strewn across her face. It took me a long time to find you, Mommy. I was so happy to be home, and then I listened to you confess to God every night, praying for forgiveness. You don't get forgiveness, Mommy. With a supernatural strength only death could give her, Sophia picked her mother up and slammed her into the floor. Maribel was nothing more than a mass of blood and bone held together by the whisper of a heartbeat. The little girl's pain and loneliness consumed her. Was there anything else left? Maribel tried to speak, but the words came out as a bloody gurgle. She took in a deep breath and tried again, exhaling more blood than words. I'm already a murderer. Please don't let my daughter become one too, Maribel said. Fitz pulled his gun from the holster, his hand surprisingly steady, his head surprisingly clear. He knew it was murder, but he couldn't let the little girl's soul be tarnished by death and pain. Sophia stood over her mom, unmoving like a statue, no love in her eyes, no compassion to be seen. He lifted his arm with practiced precision. The sounds of the world disappeared. Fitz wrapped his finger around the trigger. He took a deep breath, aimed, and exhaled. The bullet struck the grieving mother in the forehead and exited through the back of her skull. The white stucco walls, painted crimson and patches of embedded pink and flesh. Sophia screamed, and Fitz covered his ears as her banshee wail brought a stream of blood gushing from his nose. His turn to die. She wouldn't let him go after depriving her of her mother's suffering. The seasoned officer grabbed his wallet from his back pocket and opened it up to a picture of his wife and daughter. Fitz winced as the searing steel of his gun, hot from Maribel's murder, burnt his tongue and cheeks when he placed the barrel in his mouth. His finger gripped the trigger as he stared at the picture, thinking how the taste of metal and gunpowder wasn't that bad. The child specter leered over Fitz, seemingly content with him taking his own life. Her twisted smile, a rictus of anticipation. He pulled the trigger.
Wow. Like, even listening to that out loud now and listening to that ending, I was still hoping that he would survive. Man, I was like, okay, this time he's going to make it. This time he'll survive. Maybe the gun missed and he, I'm so sad after all that. But it was perfect. It was literally like the perfect death, the perfect ending for him. So I'm going to throw this to you, the community. When we think about our twist, when we think about Sophia, what do you think her spirit really wanted that night? Do you think she wanted revenge for her death, her mother's love and apology, justice twisted by pain, to drag her family into the afterlife, or simply to be remembered? So I'm going to throw that comment, that is poll, to you, the community. Vote now. Perfect. And we'll come back to that in just a moment. But Kat, thoughts? What do you think of this one?
So, because I read it earlier today to make sure, like, I read it aloud to myself to make sure I wouldn't, like, and as I was reading, I was like, oh damn, oh damn, oh damn. Because, like, I read the part about, like, and my daughter was like, no, please don't let it, no.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, I'm so afraid that there's about to be a twist, and then it happened, and I was like,
I know. It's so sad. It's so heartbreaking. It's like he heads in there to help the mother out, like, because it's like that's like what he does. And he's even like shields his like the newbie officer who clearly doesn't know anything from it, but the moment he steps or the moment he gets pulled into the threshold of the house, it's basically like the beginning of the end for him almost.
Yeah. And like it's even like he himself is like, this is a one-way trip.
Mm-hmm.
Like when right before it happens, and it's like, so we kind of know you're not coming back, or you don't think you are.
Oh man, were you expecting that ending? Did you think that he was going to survive?
I'm not sure if I thought he was going to survive so much as I didn't expect him to be the one to do it.
Okay. Did you expect that the entity was the daughter? Because I think that was the real twist. I think
That was
Brock
the
set it up. Brock set it up pretty like incredibly well. I feel like we're led to believe up until that 70% mark that the spirit is the husband.
Yeah, and even like the large looming presence that like
Right?
he
Like it
initially
embodies,
sees as
like you
well.
think
Like,
it's like it's an adult, evil
yeah,
adult presence. Yeah.
and it's like, did the little girl intentionally take on like the form of what
Mm-hmm.
she knew her mother like had been afraid of?
Mm-hmm. I know. I don't think I was expecting either of those. I like suspected he might not survive, but I don't think I was able to guess the twist for the girl personally. I
Yeah.
was like,
I-
it's,
For me, reading it the second time, because that was my
mm-hmm,
second time reading it, I
mm-hmm,
I did notice more things
mm-hmm,
about like the daughter's very subtle mentions.
mm-hmm,
I'm like, after having already read it once, and I knew the twist at that point, I was like,
mm-hmm.
oh, I feel like this already got hinted at. It just, you had to be paying attention to be like, something
I know.
something is suspicious.
Like something is off here. And like the level of abuse that mom gets put through, I'm surprised she didn't die like 10 times over.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my goodness, the mother was like a rag doll that entire like thing. I was like, dang, that's. But she was like, it was so crazy.
It it makes me wonder if, in a
Hmm.
way, I don't know if Brock intended it this way, the
Hmm.
daughter was keeping her alive.
I think so. I think that was an intentional thing. Okay. Hmm. That's a good question, actually. That's a
Right?
really
Because I'm
good
like, she
question.
should have been dead.
Yeah, she should have been dead 10 times over.
Or,
So then the
I
question
mean,
was it, I, I don't know. I was like, even as I think about it, because I don't think it tells you either way, but based on the girl's motivation, that's actually entirely realistic. That's realistic. Um, because I mean, she doesn't. It doesn't feel like she wants to kill the mother per se. Sounds like
she just wants her to be, she wants to punish her in a way. Especially the part where the little girl's like, no one came.
Mhm.
I'm like, that, like,
It's like so sad. Like everybody
yeah,
came, but of course she's dead. So it's like, what?
like,
But she doesn't understand that,
yeah.
right? What, Kat? So I have to know, what do you think Sophia really wanted? If you were to take a guess, what feels right for you?
A type of vengeance. I'm not sure if it's vengeance for her
Vengeance?
father or for
Mhm.
herself.
Hmm.
Of like the vengeance of, you didn't think through this plan.
Hmm.
You went out and you got the impulse to cut the brakes. You
Hmm.
didn't think through the facts of not just him could have gotten in that car.
Hmm.
Like, I want revenge for me is
Hmm.
what, like, it almost felt more like.
Yeah, man. And you know what? I think there's such a heartwarming moment in it. It's like there's a calm within the storm right before he like pulls out his gun, and then you know that moment once he's accepted it, where he pulls out the his family's picture, and you're like, oh man, that's intense. I like. we knew exactly what the entity, what this, it's basically like a spirit, evil spirit. What's that, like a poltergeist essentially?
I think so.
hmm
In this case, it
But,
would be more poltergeisty,
mhm.
maybe.
But I think that was definitely a really, really memorable twist. So, Brock, I definitely have to congratulate you. Really great twist, like great, great surprise. And even as I look at the poll, let's see what the community thought. So, pulling up here, we asked, what does the community think Sophia's spirit really wanted? And it looks like we got an even mix between revenge for her death and justice twisted by pain. So it feels, and that kind of goes with what you were thinking too, Kat, with the revenge bit. Mm,
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, Lori's like, yep. And I think that's so this was a terrifying story to read in Domestic Violence Awareness Month, which is of course going to be a really, really interesting lead up into our next story. So, Kat, I just have to say, thank you for joining. Thank you for joining in on being a reader. Thank you for the conversation. You did a great job bringing each of those stories to life.
Yeah, I
And
hope you enjoyed
this,
how I read those.
what was that?
I hope people, like, especially the writers, were like cool with how I read those.
Mhm.
So I was like,
You did a great job. As someone who does live readings, cold readings, all day, every day, you did great. So, but thank you so much for joining us, Kat. It's been incredible. I hope you'll come join us for more writing events in the future. And you're always welcome to come join our weekly writers group.
thank you.
And if anybody doesn't know like what you're working on, is there anything that you're want to like raise awareness for with your stuff right now?
So I do have a book out. I do want to rewrite it. But I do post like the first draft chapters of my work. Like you can read it as I write it essentially over on my Substack, catleo.substack.com. And I post all my first drafts there so you can see the chaos in the very beginning, and then like hopefully eventually if you liked it at that point, you might really like it when I actually edit it and polish it and turn it into a final version. So
Yay. Well, Kat, thank you so much for joining us today. I'll let you get going and we'll hop into the next one, but thank you again, my friend. I appreciate you.
Have a great one.
All right. What crazy stories we have so far. So we're going to hop into our next two creepy thriller horror stories. But first, if you're enjoying the stream, follow and subscribe. We do this every day. My goal is to help you, the writers, the authors, whether you're working on a novel, a graphic novel, or something in between. My goal is to help you with finishing that story. Having a writing community that goes every single day, 650 plus consecutive streams and counting, where we do workshops, we do writing sprint streams, we do events like this, we do conferences, and much, much more. If this is the place for you and you're ever feeling like a lack of motivation, then make sure to tap that follow or subscribe button and you'll be alerted when we go live. All right, my friends. So I am super eager to dig in to these next stories. I think we definitely have some two more fun ones queued up. And just a reminder, as we look towards these next stories, let's see, here is our thriller horror stories. So this is what we got. We're going to hop into Shards of Silence next. But I can't do it alone. So let me please welcome to the stage my friend and fellow creepy world zombie. Like, this is like perfect for you. The wonderful Miss Lori Calcaterra. Welcome, welcome.
Hi, everybody. I'm here for the horror. That's what I'm here
Yes.
for.
I was like, when we were putting on a thriller horror competition, I'm like, I know who's going to be the right person to turn to.
I was super looking forward to reading these two stories, and I was not disappointed. I really feel like there needs to be a trigger warning for this next one we're going to read, like for
Yes.
real. Speaking about, Domestic Violence Awareness Month, this one, if you're not prepared for that, that's what we're diving into. So prepare
And
yourself.
Lori, before we hop into it, real quick, for anyone who doesn't know you in the community,
Oh.
who are you? What do you write? And yeah.
I'm Lori Calcaterra. I write Path of the Pale Rider, which is it's a graphic novel. Um, I have, let's see, we're working on issue number 7, so it's ongoing right now. So we've been working on it for the last 3 years, and I have books like this now on Amazon and BarnesandNobles.com. I'm so excited. I know, for the first time ever, Path of the Pale Rider. For those who are not familiar, it's a Western apocalypse where death has been broken. Your body can die, but your soul does not leave your body upon death, which means you're in it as you decay, but you're not craving brains. You're just trying to keep it together. And then, of course, the world falls apart. We have undead bears.
And I love it. Is that Lori? Is that one of your creatures from your world?
Yes, my costume is Big James, who is an undead bear in issue number 1. You meet him right off the jump, and you learn that Big James will teach you how terrible the world actually is.
I love that. For those of you who don't know, Lori, I've had you on the stream a few times. I want to say we did a podcast episode, I think
Yeah.
last year that was, where we did the reading of the first chapter?
Yeah, I think it was first issue we
The
did.
first issue.
Yeah.
But definitely highly recommend, right? Anyone who's interested in that supernatural type world, very, very cool to dig into.
Western. It's I would say we're zombie adjacent. It's a new take on zombieism because they're not trying to eat. Well, Big James is trying to take you apart, but you can just be you as you decay, but you lose your memories. It's like having dimension fast forward. It's pretty chaotic. It's like, what do we eat in this world when pesticides don't work and you can't, like, the beef still moves. I don't want to eat that burger if it's still moving. It's just when you really start thinking about that world, it's terrifying.
So I think this is absolutely perfect because we're about to hop into a story where it is a new take on a type of domestic violence.
Yeah.
So as you said, definitely deserves a trigger warning. We are about to experience a very incredible character with a resilient spirit. So
Can I say in the beginning, or you just want me to read it and people can figure it out as they go?
Yep. So what I'll do is I will throw up the blurb. You can read the title and the blurb, and then you can hop into the story whenever you're ready.
Good luck, everybody.
So that way everyone can prepare. And perfect. Here we go. Oh, and 1 second. Got to add you. Let's see, 1 second. Kaufman's almost prepared. And there we go. They should be able to hear you now.
Shards of Silence by Courtney Harding. Told through the eyes of a porcelain doll, Lulu watches a little girl suffer beneath a cruel stepmother and a father's silence. When the final crack splits her hollow shell, something within her stirs, no longer willing to stay still and watch. Off we go. Look at this picture, you guys. Ah!
And you're good to start whenever you're ready.
All right, I'm ready. Lulu, Mommy says if I take really good care of you, you will stay perfect, Wren says as she pulls the metal comb through my hair. Holding me close, Wren whispers, Daddy told me he had to go away this week to get me a new mommy. I need to make us extra pretty so he loves us. Wren, come say hello to Vivian, Calvin calls from the living room. Wren grabs me and runs to the door, calling out, Coming, Daddy! Calvin, we talked about this. Call me her new mommy. Not Vivian, a new voice croons, each word sugar overwrought. Ew, is this a porcelain doll? Aren't you too old for carrying around a doll? See Charles, feigning gentleness as Wren hugs Calvin's legs. Ren, go put Lulu in your room. We're going to eat dinner as a family, Calvin says. Vivian wears an evil smile, her eyes flickering with malice as they glide to Calvin's side, staking claim. A scream brings me back from the blank porcelain view into sight. From my spot nestled on the lace pillows in Ren's bed, I can see her in the living room. All I can do is watch as Vivian grips her arm and slaps her across the face. A fresh shard of glass falls from my cheek and clinks into my hollow body. The sound echoes around the bare walls of Ren's room, bouncing off the untouched cobwebs in the corner. It will match the shard missing from yesterday when Vivian got angry at her for not folding the napkins evenly. My sweet girl isn't used to this kind of treatment. Her first mommy was soft and caring. Mommies don't act like Vivian. Calvin used to be a good daddy, cuddling Ren and whispering words of comfort. Now his silence weighs down on us more than Vivian's venomous words and hands. When he does speak, it's to plead for Ren to just deal with things and stop being a troublemaker. Ren's bruises fade from purple to yellow while I break into pieces, filling my hollow body with signs of Ren's abuse. I absorb Ren's pain and listen to her fears. Each fracture in my porcelain is a promise written with grief that love fails to save. Lulu, why does Vivian hate me so much? Ren whispers into my hair while hiding under her covers, tears streaming down her already red face, still stinging from the slap earlier today. Each heart-sick sob coming from her tired, broken body, spider cracks across my porcelain skin. Daddy doesn't talk to me anymore. What did I do so wrong? I miss him, she murmurs, voice trailing as sleep overtakes her. They won't hurt you much longer, Ren. I want to tell her, but instead I go back into my blank porcelain state as she has fitful sleep. Vivian's voice echoes through the house. Why can't you do anything right? You're useless. And I feel my back crack and break apart. The sounds of the belt snapping against Ren's bare skin reaches the living room, and I can tell the moment it registers in Calvin's ears. His reaction is to white-knuckle his chair and sigh. Calvin, Vivian shouts, tell her to pay attention. Pay better attention, excuse me. Calvin groans, glancing at Ren once and grumbles, do as you're told, Ren. Please, he murmurs. A pressure builds in my chest of pain and sadness, cracking my skin under its weight. Ren stumbles into her room as Vivian slams the door closed. I break more at the look of despair on her face as she cuddles me close and hides away in her dark closet. With each crack, I become more aware. Vivian scars her skin, but Calvin destroys her spirit. His constant silence splinters me with the weight of his betrayal, sharpening my shards and building my need to end this suffering for Ren. The house is silent as Ren sleeps in her hiding spot in the closet. Calvin appears in the doorway, watching her sleep while she cuddles me in her arms. He kneels, picking her up with me, and carefully puts us into her bed, covering us with the blanket. I'm sorry, Ren, he whispers, brushing her hair back, unsticking the strands matted by her tears. You look so much like your mom. I don't know how to do this without her. She leans into his hand with a sigh, snoring softly. I love you, Princess. Please don't forget that. His voice breaks as he kisses her forehead and then disappears from the room. I feel the heaviness, but this time it's different. Tender. Not a damaging heaviness. This glimpse into the old Calvin might be a saving grace for him, I think, before returning to my porcelain state. Wren struggles with the buttons on her sweater as Vivian's voice slices through the house. Why would we take her to a dirt plot? If you keep reminding her of that woman, she will never accept me, Kelvin. Before leaving the room, she grabs me, shoes on the wrong feet, sweater buttoned unevenly, and a colored picture of birds. I'm ready to go, Daddy. Calvin looks at Wren with a small smile, a glimpse of the old him before the grief. Vivian rips me from Wren's arm and throws me across the living room. I hit the front door, my left arm snaps off and shards clatter across the floor. I hear Wren whine before Vivian grabs her by the front of her sweater and shrieks, "Shut up!" Wren tries to race towards me, only to be pulled back by her ponytail. A painful scream echoes around the room when the sound changes to a thud as her tiny body slams into the wall. Calvin's mouth falls open as if he will say something and put a stop to this, but he stands still and silent. Horror and a shock mask his face, but he stays planted in place, always choosing silence. The air crackles as Vivian approaches Wren again. I reach my breaking point. If Calvin chooses silence, I choose violence. My body shatters into sharp shards, sharpened with the pain, sadness, and despair Wren feels. This time, I rise from the shards, direct my gaze at Calvin, and lunge for him. Using the dullest shard, I lodge it into his vocal cord, damaging it enough to leave him at a hoarse whisper. He will never forget how he chose not to speak up. I use every power I can muster to hurl sharpened shards at Vivian, aiming for the wrists that slapped Wren, the throat that screamed at her, the knees that kicked her, and the heart that hates her. The metallic smell of blood fills the room as it sprays over the walls. Porcelain dust and blood settle in the air like snow at a funeral. I spare Calvin because leaving Wren alone isn't my goal, but Vivian will be no more. He will live to remember. Wren runs towards where my broken face still lies by the front door. Lulu, don't leave me too. And she picks up the remaining part of me, the left side of my face, and holds me gently to her chest, her tears falling. Calvin grips his throat around the shard lodged in his vocal cords, a raspy sound leaving his lips. Regret fills his eyes as he notices Wren holding what's left of me. Calvin holds Wren close as she cries for me, and he comforts our little girl. Promises of doing better, being better. The distant sound of sirens blare in the background. Wren is safe. I can rest forever. Right?
Same. Like hearing it read aloud, it's just such a moving piece about domestic violence.
Gosh.
And this character, which is this powerful like embodiment. I love sports football. I don't even know what it is beyond that it's a doll, and I don't even know if it's important or not. But
it was a difficult read. And again, I have 2 kids, so imagining someone treating my children that way is just, it would be so sad, you know? And then just the dad, the coward, just standing by and letting it happen and saying nothing.
And that's so heartbreaking, right? Because the dad is set up as being a very loving character, but he doesn't stand up for his daughter.
Right.
And he's consistently pushed down more and more by Vivian, even until the last minute. Like, he doesn't really act until Vivian is no more. But he loses the ability to speak technically in this type of world, right? So do you think that he got what he deserved? Or do you think he should have been killed off as well?
No, I think the doll was right. I mean, again, it didn't seem like Calvin would be a problem by himself, because when Vivian wasn't around, he was still that loving, caring father, right? So it was Vivian was the problem and needed to go. So I think, and again, it's like if the father's gone, then Ren has to start from scratch, and now she has no one. So she could end up in the same situation again. So
You're right. And I think that's why the character journey of our doll, Lulu,
mhm.
is so incredible. I mean,
Yeah.
the you experience the trauma through this doll's view, and
Mhm.
it's progressively worse from the very beginning when Vivian first comes into the picture up until the end where she's basically like throwing
God.
the girl around like, that's horrible.
Yeah. Yeah, it kind of reminds me, and I'm sorry if I compare this to something that exists already, because I know it's its own thing, but
Mhm,
like Silent Hill, where we have this innocent child who's being abused, and it's almost like this
mhm,
force, whether it's good or bad,
mhm,
but this force that's coming to protect this child from what's
mhm,
going on, and it's like it can be violent and still
mhm.
be protective. So it's just interesting to me. Yeah,
I think
yeah,
that's a great reference, by the way. I mean, Silent Hill, the parent child abusive relationship, which is contrasted against a very horror grotesque
yeah.
world, um, is
But it's
very
the same
interesting.
situation because the mother
Mhm,
stood by and did
mhm,
nothing,
mhm.
while they tortured
Yep.
this girl. So it's the same, yeah, kind of a grim fairy tale feeling to it. I agree.
Yeah, I
The
completely
number.
agree with that.
Yeah.
It's Mary brings up an interesting point. Do we think the father was being abused as well?
100%. 100%.
Hmm.
Like that Vivian had something over everybody, don't you think?
Hmm.
I don't, it's it's interesting to
It's
get
like
kind of a
it doesn't
fly on the
necessarily make it
wall, right?
right. He's the adult. It doesn't make it right, but it
Yeah.
is right. That just is what it is.
But we're seeing Lulu's point of view. So of course
Exactly
that's
right. And Lulu
attached
has a
to
warped point of view, right? We
right.
have to remember Lulu is an unreliable narrator.
This
Um,
is true. She's only telling us the kid's point of view. So we really don't know the whole story of like what's Vivian's connection, how she's
mhm.
there, and what's going around with the dad, but still it's like
it,
none of that's acceptable.
it's interesting that it kind of weaves in and out of like the doll Lulu is like conscious, and we see like moments of it, and
Yeah,
then not
fades.
conscious.
Yeah, fades
So,
back into the porcelain
mhm.
blank, the way they describe it.
Exactly, whatever like the porcelain blank slate is.
Yeah,
So then it asks herself, Lulu as a character is obviously biased towards the child.
right.
Um, so how much of it is made worse through Lulu's point of view? But it
I don't know. She's experiencing the pain, the same
mhm,
abuse that Ren is getting, Lulu is also getting. So I don't know if that's an exaggeration, if she's feeling the same pain, you know?
it's a good point. And I think especially loving how the it's like the physicalization of her falling apart and falling to pieces
And I was
when
gonna
she's
say,
all in the beginning, and then by the end she's basically like in shards.
well, and it's like she's hollow, she's empty, and all of this hurt is filling her with um hate and
Hmm.
it's violence. Like it's full of shards of sharp things is what's filling the
Hmm.
her up. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
So she's like she says, the breaking point, and that's when you know what I mean. The shards fly everywhere. So
Hmm. Lori, I pose this question to the community. What period? What do you think Lulu truly was in the end? A haunted doll protecting Ren, Ren's mother's spirit living inside the doll, a manifestation of Ren's pain and rage, an avenging angel disguised as porcelain, or just a doll until love made her real.
I gotta say, it feels right to choose a manifestation of Ren's
Pain
pain
and rage.
and rage. I
Okay.
kind of wondered if there was going to be a tie-in to the mother,
Hmm.
but there was
The
nothing
mother's
in.
mentioned. She's mentioned very loosely in the beginning, but
Yes,
we don't really get a tie into her at the end.
right. And there didn't seem like there was anything familiar
Hmm.
with, Lulu. It wasn't like they had a certain connection outside of
Hmm.
just a child and a doll, some kind
Hmm.
of like a, what you would call it, an inanimate support. So it felt like, every time a shard went in, it was like that manifestation of rage and pain filling the doll until the doll fights back. Courtney, I think we all need some therapy after this.
All right, my friends, the next Right Now event is going to be called group therapy.
I think we should have some group therapy, but that's what we need. Like, some of the best horror is tapping into those things that, is I don't want to say a common human experience, but it's something that we all feel, is monstrous or wrong, or, it hits us in the feels. Once we're connected, that's when it hurts more. I'm just kidding. Courtney, I'm just kidding. He's like, sorry?
It's like, therapy.
Just kidding.
Oh man, but I think that's actually really powerful.
Yeah.
And I mean, I think that's the hard thing with horror, because horror thriller genre usually relies on trauma, but it externalizes trauma. In a lot of other genres, right? Romance, fantasy, supernatural to different extents, trauma's not always externalized to that same extent. Especially with novels, it generally tends to, a lot more times it's made through interiority and the world building and the character journey. Supernatural, you generally see it in the creature type and the world building. Zombies, classic example of our fears made real. But I think with horror and thriller, it's made real in a way that can be, that's scary, right? And I think most people, there's that thing that attracts people like myself. Like, I love the horror thriller genre. They're great. There's so many great stories, but then they challenge us to confront our fears and the traumas that we've experienced. And I think that's a challenge.
Horror is a great indicator of what we feel as a society, because as things,
Like
if you watch like what movies are popular, we had we had Godzilla and giant creatures and radiation and the atomic bomb. We were afraid of atomic war. And then it was like, you know what I mean? Like all these creatures, but then it's like we eventually got to contagions. We'll cycle through like vampires and werewolves and zombies, and they kind of like die out and they come back again. It's just interesting to me to have a pulse on the culture of what we are afraid of at that time, what's being produced. So.
Oh, that's interesting. I've never really thought about it from that perspective. But I think this is an absolutely great conversation. So Courtney, excellent job. Really, really great job. And once again, for those just hopping in, welcome to the Freaky Friday competition. We've been going hard with our supernatural and now our horror thriller stories. So let me throw up our stories on the screen one more time. Let's see, our thriller horror contenders. He Wants to Kill Me, Shards of Silence, and now we're going to be diving into The Search. And then we also want to keep in mind that the challenge that the writers were tasked with when choosing the challenge was how well they could do the genre element. So with the thriller horror genre, how well were they able to pull off a mystery or twist? Despite the other complexities of the stories, the mystery or twist is what's going to determine if they will make it into the Freaky Friday anthology. So that is the thing we're judging, and we're gonna hop into the next one. Lori, I'm so glad you get to join for a second round.
Yes.
As this one, we're mixing it up a little bit.
Yeah.
We're going into a completely different type of scares, of which I love this genre as well. This is actually a fun, scary genre.
Yeah, this is much more into the psychological realm here. I hope you guys enjoy my dramatic reading. I don't know how to do it any other way.
You were great. You were absolutely great. It's like you do live readings on occasion or something.
I do what?
It's like you do live readings.
Nah, I just am dramatic in all shapes and forms.
Thanks for the best type of entertainment. I love it.
I read to my kids a lot, so you got to do the
so that probably helps. So then you have to embody the characters when you're doing story time.
Absolutely. I don't usually wear the bear suit, but yeah.
Like, imagine the bear suit.
Too funny.
I try to do the same thing when I do the live readings on the critique stream. I'm like, all right, how do I embody these characters and pretend that I'm just like reading to a bunch of children?
Right. Except for it's scary crap what we're reading. Scary.
Yes, this is definitely a little on the scarier side. So, oh, I totally forgot to show what was the results of the poll.
Oh, let's
That I did
see.
not show.
Did you
Let's
all
see.
agree with
Community
me?
got
My
from,
dog is.
oh,
He keeps going back and forth, and I'm like, "Do you want to? You wanted to be in here. You're stuck in here now."
let's see. It looks like the
Oh
community
yeah,
agreed with you. They thought that it was a manifestation of Ren's pain and rage and an avenging angel disguised as porcelain. Interesting.
yeah.
Interesting. So we got an avenging angel over here. Well, I absolutely love that. Thank you all for joining in the vote. And we're going to hop into the next psychological story, The Search. So, without further ado, let me cue it up for you, Lori, and we will hop into it. And then we will vote on which thriller horror story was your favorite. So let me throw up
Ton.
and perfect. There you go.
The Search by Irene. Ruby tried to get Melissa to stay home, but now she wouldn't listen. Now the two friends are stuck in the woods searching for Ruby's missing necklace while detectives hunt for a serial killer in the area. But dead bodies aren't the only secrets buried in these woods, and one misstep could lead to disaster. Dun-dun-dun-dun. Oh, Miranda, is that you? I wonder if this is Irene. Is that Miranda? I'm just curious. Off we go. I'm sorry. Snow crunches beneath our feet as we hike up the mountain. It's stark white, a glaring contrast to the pitch black of the sky where swaths of clouds block out the moon. Remind me again what you lost? Can't you leave it? Melissa gasps her breath as we climb, not acclimated to the altitude since moving home. You know that necklace. You know what that necklace means to me. I reach up, brushing my fingers against the hollow of my neck where my chain usually sits, to swallow the lump in my throat. Besides, I force out, you didn't have to come, I say, even though I don't mean it. She frowns. I wouldn't let you come on your own. It's dangerous. Why were you even up here by yourself the other night? I sigh. You know, I like to run. It helps me clear my head. I know, but Ruby... Her fingers graze my jacket as she reaches for my arm. Jay said... I whirl around. I know exactly what Jay said. It's because of that. I need to find it. But unless you want them accusing me of murder because I lost my necklace near the lake where the latest body was found... I clench my fist thinking of how eager her detective brother would be to arrest me after I dumped him. And from the way Melissa winces, recoiling from me, I know she's thinking it too. Jace would kill me if he knew I told you. Then we better hurry so he doesn't find out that you did. The wind howls through the trees. The bitter cold stings my cheeks. She presses her lips into a thin line, and I know I've won. Fear of what would happen if the other detectives found out. Her brother told her the intimate details of an active homicide investigation was more than enough to seal the deal. The tension unravels from my shoulders. While it'd be quicker without her, now that she's here, I'm not sure I could continue alone. We climb for another 10 minutes, and a thick silence settles over the trees. The only sounds are our labored breathing and the slipping of our boots against the snow. We finally stop to catch our breath when we reached another switchback. A crow caws nearby, and Melissa latches onto my arm. Our eyes dart in unison to the sound of as the creature lurches from the branches into the night. It's just a bird. A twig snaps somewhere on the trail below us. Melissa pinches my arm harder, her nails digging through the layers of fabric, clinging to me as if her life depends on it. In some ways, it might. What was that? Nothing. But the word is too rushed, as if I'm trying to convince myself I don't hear the steady crunch of snow underfoot, further down the trail. What if it's them? She asks. Her words settle over us, though. If it weren't for the puff of breath hot against my neck, I wouldn't have been sure she spoke. Melissa doesn't elaborate. She doesn't have to, because it's all that's been on anyone's mind lately. Another hiker found dead in the woods. Exact cause of death unknown, though police suspect it had something to do with the track marks left along his arms. The first victim, a known predator in the area, was written off as an overdose, an unfortunate accident everyone was willing to turn a blind eye to. It wasn't until the third showed up and the autopsies came back with toxicology reports showing each victim's blood laced with strychnine, a substance commonly found in rat poisons. Then the police began to worry. The whole town was holding a collective breath as we waited for the next corpse to show up. We should tell Jace, and he could look for your necklace. I'm sure he'd understand. No. My knuckles flush white as I grip her arm. Ouch, Ruby, you're hurting me. I loosen my grip and take a step back, eyes softening as I hold her gaze. You can't tell Jace. I know you two are fighting, but no. Let's just hurry. I switch off my flashlight and take a few steps up the trail. If the police are out here, we don't want to alert them to our presence. Despite what Melissa may believe, I doubt they'd buy our explanation for being up here in the woods alone at night. Not with the lies Jace has been spreading after our fight that broke us up. It's been 3 weeks and I still haven't told Melissa the details. My stomach knots as we trudge onward. I can feel her eyes on my back, sensing the question budding on her lips. Although Melissa may be my best friend, blood is thicker than water, and I'm not sure she'd believe me if I told her what Jace did. A few minutes later, we came to a fork in the road. Melissa grabs my hand and steps right. I shake my head. No, the lake is this way. Are you sure you lost it by the lake? She whispers. The cold clink of the necklace hitting the rocks echoes in my mind. I'm sure. I pulled her left, but she stays rooted to the spot. The last 3 bodies were found there. Her gaze shifts to the woods behind us. I don't want to get trapped up there with one way out. It'll be okay. I squeeze her hand. There's a shortcut we can take. It loops around the lake and cuts back to the main road. I use it all the time when I run. Trust me. My voice catches, and I hope she didn't hear the slight rise in my pitch. A beam of light sweeps upward from behind us, followed by deep, muffled voices. Panic seizes my spine, and Melissa's eyes widen. This time, the sound of footfalls against the snow is unmistakable. Melissa doesn't protest as I yank her left. We stumble along the trail, and the trees grow denser, the forest threatening to swallow us whole as we trek deeper. The voices behind us grow louder. Whoever they belong to are gaining on us. The trail curves again, this path unfamiliar, and my heart skips a beat. I panic that we've taken a wrong turn and we'll be trapped like Melissa fears. But then the trail slopes downward and curves into a hard right. The trees fall away, opening to an inky black void that stretches out before us. The lake. I drag her along the rocky shoreline as a beam of light crests over the top of the trees behind us. Melissa stumbles, her ankle twisting at an unnatural angle, and she cries out, "Ruby!" Melissa's voice rises, fear wafting off her in waves. I scan the darkness, searching for what was lost while looking for a familiar place to hide. Any chance of outrunning our pursuers has now gone with Melissa's injured ankle. A crag of rocks covered by a thick patch of dead roots juts into the shoreline a few feet ahead. This way! I yank Melissa towards it. Shoving her through the small opening, I squeeze through behind her as lights illuminate the shore behind us. The sound of rocks skittering across the beach reaches us in our hideout. Through the bramble, a flashlight glides over the cold surface of the lake. I push past Melissa and drag her further into the alcove until my back hits rock. Her eyes widen, the whites of them barely visible in the darkness as I pull her into a crouch. Paralyzing fear thrums through my veins. No one can find us here, not when they're so close. I brace my hand against the rock wall behind me, fingers slipping along a crevice in the rocks, searching for anything I can use to defend ourselves, till they bump into something cold and hard. The flashlight sweeps over the entrance and I freeze as I grasp the object in my hand. A shadow figure steps in front of the opening to our hideout, and Melissa claws her fingers into my arm as my chest constricts. The figure takes a step forward. Anxiety and adrenaline course through me. We've almost made it. I've come this far only to be stopped now. The brambles at the opening to our hideaway part, and my breath hitches. Glancing at Melissa, I regret dragging Melissa down with me. As if sensing my thoughts, her gaze finds mine in the darkness. Her innocent, doe-eyed stare. This is it. It's over. A twig snaps as the man steps forward, followed by a loud caw in the distance before shouting picks up further down the shore. The man stumbles back. There's another shout, and then he retreats. I hold tighter to the object in the crevice behind me as Melissa sobs. I pull her to her feet, and she launches herself at me for a hug. The sudden motion knocks my grip loose, and what I was holding drops to the ground. Ruby, I can't believe... What if... Who? Another sob shakes her body as I stroke her hair soothingly. Let's just get out of here. But what about your necklace? She pulls back and searches my face. Though I'm not sure she can read my expression through her bleary eyes in the darkness. It's fine. I'll find it later. Are you sure? She's leaning heavily on her left leg, and I can tell it won't take much to convince her. I nod. It's fine. I'll come back later. And I swallow the lump in my throat. All right. She lets out a shaky breath, waiting a few more seconds to make sure whoever's out there passes before moving towards the exit. When I don't follow, she stops and leans against the wall. Ruby? I'm coming, I reassure her, and she limps through the exit. I hesitate a second longer, making sure she's gone before I stoop to the ground. Feeling along the rocks, I find the object I dropped again. Relief floods through me as I pocket the syringe and follow her into the night.
Love the anti-hero serial killer. I do love that trope. The Dexters and Walter Whites of the world.
I really think that this story is great because when you get to it's breadcrumbs in there telling you all
There's
along what's happening, but
yeah,
I don't think it's solidified until the end, and then you're like, wait, I have to read it again. You know what I mean?
Were you expecting that twist at the end?
I figured it was. I thought it was Jace, and then
I thought it was Jace was going to show up, but the author did such a good job of giving us the right amount of red herrings, so we forgot why they were in there. Because pull back for a second, right?
Yeah.
2 girls up in the mountains looking for a necklace. All right, guys, necklaces, and they don't even attach
night. No,
there's no
that's
significance
not normal.
to the necklace, right?
What?
There's no significance to the necklace, is there?
Well, she said, you know what that necklace means to me, but
you're right, she does.
But we never really know.
She doesn't clarify. It's an assumption. But once again, it's a red herring, right? Because it's not actually about the necklace, but the reader is led to believe it's the necklace.
Right. But as soon as they're like, the necklace, I lost the necklace where all these mysterious murders happen, I was like, what?
But the reader doesn't pay that together, right?
What are you doing there?
That was so good. I definitely did not expect that twist at the end. I'm like,
yeah,
of course. She's a little female Dexter over here. As she brings out of course she has the syringe, right? And the fact that she knows what was that, the rat poison?
Yeah.
She what normal person knows what that even is, unless that you do something in your profession, with Syracane or strychnine. I have no clue what that even means.
Strychnine, yeah, that's a rat poison.
Yep. Not something I don't know if that's something the average reader would know. I could be wrong.
You're a horror writer, and then you have an estate agent assigned to you for all the research you do.
Yep. Man,
You
I
Google
feel bad
things
for
and
her.
then yeah, gets you in
So,
trouble.
do you think her friend survives?
I don't think so. I think her friend
Is the
knows
next
too
victim?
much because
Um,
I think what happened is because the boyfriend, being the detective, probably knows something and they were
mhm,
arguing about it, right? Which
mhm,
broke them up.
mhm,
He didn't arrest her. I don't know why. Maybe he didn't have enough information.
mhm.
But if he told the friend the details, she's now a liability.
I know. I know. Did they say? Did she say what happened to Jace? He's still just around, right? Or is he dead?
I think he's around. She didn't say. She said they were arguing and they were talking about him in present tense. So I don't think anything had happened to him
Yeah.
yet.
It just assumes he's on her trail,
He's on the
right?
trail of the killer. Yeah, for
Mhm.
sure.
Which really leads us perfectly into the question that I posed
Yeah.
to the community. What do you what do you
That
think
first
Ruby
one.
was really doing up on the mountain that
Yeah,
night?
no, she was just yeah, no, no, just looking for a
She was
necklace.
just hanging out. She just wanted to see the birds and the bees, go learn, have fun in the mountains. Was she searching for the necklace, covering up evidence of the murders, meeting someone that she didn't want Melissa to meet, hiding something connected to Jace, or finishing what she started?
Is finishing what she started. I think her intention was to take out Melissa.
You think it was to
I
take out Melissa?
Yeah, I think that if she hadn't dropped that syringe, that would have been a perfect moment. But again, the person was coming through the brambles, so she probably could have lied her way out of it. But
Well, yeah, you're right. I mean, the idea that she has the syringe means that she was planning a kill,
she
right?
was planning
She,
it there,
yep, she was
right?
planning to
That's
kill.
where it
The
was.
question is the kill Melissa?
I
Do
think
we
so.
think? Yeah,
Yeah,
and
she knows too much.
so Jace knows too much technically, and there's some
Jace
type of
knows too
connection.
much. Right.
Yep.
Right. So he's probably on that list too at some
Hmm.
point. But I think Melissa was the
Hmm.
target, and it was just like, oh yeah, I lost this.
Hmm.
Help me find it, but we can't go during the day because of the police. We gotta sneak in at night. You didn't.
Yep.
She says like, you didn't have to come, but I didn't really mean that, right?
Right, and I
The
think
whole
that is such a great thing. That's like such a great character quirk, right? It's
Yeah.
like oh, you don't need to do that, but really, like they're not going to change. Like they're already trekking through the mountains at night. Like you think they're going to go back right now? Yeah.
No. No, of course not. And it's like because this
Uh,
poor Melissa is like, "No, I'm your friend. I'm not gonna let you go up there by yourself, dude. Like, it's
yeah.
dangerous. Why are they doing it in the first place? Like,
Yeah. Why
you
are
knew
they looking at
better,
night?
but
Like
whatever."
Melissa, what's wrong with you? What like
She
I,
obviously does not suspect Ruby at all.
yeah. Yeah, which
You know what
which
I mean?
either which either leads us to believe that Ruby is genius psychopath or
Psychopath.
Melissa is not very aware.
I think Ruby's a psychopath
I
because
think so
she's
too.
manipulating her friend to
Hmm.
come out there. She planted that syringe
And she
in
literally
the
drops
cave.
the syringe, right? Like we have that. She drops the syringe and she's still able to cover it up.
Yeah, well, they were both in that like
Hmm.
rock
Yeah,
covered with
that little like.
brambles, and so but that's what she was looking for. She got her in there, and then
Mm-hmm.
she felt around for it and got it, but it
Hmm.
was when Melissa jostled her, she dropped it, right? And so
Yeah.
now she has to be, like,
Oh, so do you think that was the
nonchalant.
kill room? You think
Uh,
that little?
oh,
You
yeah.
think that little?
Well, she
What?
put it there for a reason, and
Yeah,
even
you're right.
the thing that went what really got me about this was when she said, "Hold, please."
I think I might have missed that. I think for some reason I think I had assumed that she had carried it and dropped it there. I missed that
No, it
she
was in
found it.
there. She was feeling around for
It
it, so it was premeditated.
says sensing or gaze, twig snaps, and hold them tight. Boo.
Where is it? Where she's looking for, what did she say? A familiar hiding place.
Yeah, realizing I'm looking. The flashlight sweeps and I freeze as I grasp. The flashlight sweeps over the entrance, and I freeze as I grasp the object in my hand. A shadowed figure steps in front, and Melissa, the figure.
She says she's looking for somebody to defend herself, but she bumps into something cold and hard. She picks up and that's what it was. So is she really trying to defend herself from those people?
I hold tighter to the object in the crevice behind me as Melissa sobs.
Sudden motion knocks my grip loose, and what I'm holding drops to the ground.
So we know by that moment she's holding it. I'm trying to see if it says specifically if she grabs it or if she brings it with her.
There was no confusion.
So she says here, the flashlight sweeps over the entrance and I freeze as I grasp the object in my hand.
So again, she obviously can feel what it is. There wasn't panic like, oh my God, I found a murder weapon. It's like she just freezes with it and holds it. You see what I mean? Like there wasn't, like you just put your hands on a murder weapon, you'd be freaking out.
I brace my hand against the rock wall behind me, fingers slipping along a crevice in the rock, searching for anything I can use to defend ourselves until they bump into something cold and hard.
So she's like feeling around for it.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, you're right. It's sitting right there. This is the clue right there. Yeah.
Alert them of her apprentices. I'm trying to find the spot where she talks about the hiding spot, but she calls it familiar.
It's right before they get to it, right?
Yeah, panic. Someone along the trees as we check, voices grow louder. Whoever there is, they're gaining on us. It's not
it loops around the lake.
11.
So she talks about the shortcut.
I scanned the darkness, searching for what was lost while looking for a familiar place to hide. That right there was the biggest clue to me, because she's done it before and it's familiar. So she's done it probably a few times, right?
Wow.
Looking for a familiar place to hide. So she's hiding in this place. Is she that's her ambush spot? Or has she taken other people into that familiar hiding spot? And
well, I mean, there's 3 bodies, right? They say there's 3 bodies up there, right? So, I mean, clearly, I think we can safely assume all 3 of those bodies are her victims.
I would assume so. They all had needle marks, right?
Yep, and she has a needle
on the arm that kind of tied together. Yeah.
So then, do we think that Melissa is victim number 4? Do we think those 3 are her first ones?
Well, we don't know if there's more than 3. They just said that they figured out it was a serial killer at 3. So there could be more. But yeah.
Do you think Melissa is
Melissa's
number 4?
100% on that list. She's in the crosshairs. She knows too much. Going out.
Right. You're getting the jab of death.
She's, her and Jace too, probably.
Yeah, Jace, wherever Jace is.
Ruby's oh, I'm so sorry, your sister. Oh, let me comfort you. Stab.
Stab. I was like, yeah, I'll go tell Jace about it. Let me go find him.
Yeah, stab.
And what a great way, though. This is a story with only 2 characters, right? So we only have 2 characters in the present moment of the story.
Yes.
But Jace is really told through a backstory.
And I'm telling you, this would make a good short film because...
This would absolutely make a good short film.
Right? Because the location is outside. You could film this on like an iPhone.
Yeah.
You just have to find things that match the description. But other than that, it's just these 2 characters interacting. You could 100% make this a short film. Absolutely.
Again, when you're ready to turn this into a short film.
Short film, indie content. I'm telling you.
Yep. Yeah, I think this would definitely work very well. I agree with you on that one. It's because low budget and very simple, right?
And thriller and psychological and the twist at the end. Yes.
Right. That's good.
Yes. 100%.
I love it. So I think this was an absolutely great story. Let's see what the community thought. Let's see what the community thought of the ending. Let me pull up the results. Let's see. And the community thought that okay. So they are thinking that she was covering up evidence. So here we go. So they're thinking that she was covering up the evidence of the murders.
Well, that would, if they found the necklace, yeah, there'd be questions. For sure.
And then finishing what she started. So it looks like it's a mix of these two. Yep, that sounds about right. So
What if she purposely left her necklace up there so that Melissa would go with her? You know what I mean?
I feel
It
like
was
that's
on
probably what
purpose.
she did.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, the necklace, I don't know if it was a purposeful one or not. Because for all we know, like, why go to the trouble of dropping a necklace somewhere? You could just say, I lost my necklace and put it in your pocket. I
That's
feel like she
true.
probably killed victim number 3 or whatever number that was,
Yeah.
dropped the necklace during it, and then she realized if they find it, it has my DNA on it.
And you know what's interesting is that when they get to like kind of a crossroads, Melissa's like, the bodies were found that way, and then Ruby's like, let's go this way. You know what I mean? Like Ruby is
It's like, yeah, we're going in
familiar.
the opposite direction.
So she's kind of leading her like astray. So just because the bodies were found there doesn't mean they were murdered there. Also,
Yeah, that's
they've been
absolutely right.
moved.
That's just where they were left.
Right.
Wow. Well, I think this was absolutely a really, really great story to end off on. I know we've gone through 3 thriller horror stories now. And then Lori, you were here with us during the first story with Brock's story, right?
Yes.
All right, so you get to help us vote then. For everyone just hopping into the stream, this is our second annual Freaky Friday competition. The way we framed it this year, I want to say we had 17 submissions. Of those 17, only 12 are going to be chosen to go on to be published in the Freaky Friday anthology. But I need your help to make the decision. So I'm going to throw this up on the screen. Our 3 thriller horror stories. Let's see. We had The Search, Shards of Silence, He Wants to Kill Me. There we go. So there are our 3 thriller horror stories. And I need to pull up the voting because I need your help. Let's see.
Gosh, this is hard to choose.
Now, let's just keep this in mind that once again, they are not graded. So the stories aren't being graded on the quality of the overall story. It is based on specifically if they could achieve the genre element, that and readability. I'll pull it up on screen. How well could they achieve the genre element for the thriller horror, which is the mystery or twist? So, based on the mystery or twist of each of our 3 stories, which one stood out the most to you? I'm going to drop it in the chat and we will see what you think. Let's see. Thriller/horror vote. There we go. It's in the chat. Vote away. Which one of our 3 stories had the best mystery or twist? And once again, this is going to just help me decide as I am going through the decision making through all of our genres, right? Supernatural, thriller horror, dark fantasy. As I'm going through these genres, I'm using our conversations to help guide my decision. I'm using your comments and the voting to help us decide which ones feel like they're going to be the best suited based on the genre elements that they tackled and readability to be in the Freaky Friday anthology. Man. Wow. I was like, I feel like I've been on such a journey. Lori, we'll let everyone vote, and then I will ask your opinion because I want to hear what your thoughts are. But first, while we're waiting for some votes to come in, tomorrow is actually day 2 of the Freaky Friday competition, Spooky Saturday. We're going to be diving into the dark fantasy stories and the genre mashup challenge. So, as a writer, I wanted to really challenge the community, and I love a challenge personally. So I asked myself, how do I do something that's a little different for the writers who want to choose like hard mode, right? If the writers want to go like regular, be like, hey, do your genre really well, excellent. But for the writers who really wanted to challenge themselves, the genre mashup basically takes into consideration, can you blend all 3 of these genres together in one story, in one flash fiction story?
Wow.
It's very difficult to do, right? So you would have to create a creature type, either original or a revision of a pre-existing creature. You would have to create a mystery or twist, and then you would have to create a dark magic system.
Ooh.
It's hard to do. And we had the most submissions for this challenge. I will be offering a
Really?
special prize, and that will be tomorrow as we
Oh,
dive
I'm so
into
proud.
the genre mashup. So I was really proud that a lot of authors
Yeah.
decided to tackle the challenge. I was
Yeah.
like, I know it's hard. Like it is not a like writing flash fiction is already a difficult thing to do because you have to be able to tell a complete story with a very minimal word count. The word count that we allowed for the writers, I extended a little bit to give the writers a little bit of breathing room. Writers were able to write a story between 1,000 to 2,000 words.
Wow. See, I never keep track of my words because I do graphic novels.
Like you got the character animation, the character
Yeah, I'm like,
art.
most of my words are telling the artist what to draw, and then my dialogue is like, look at that.
A zombie, a bear,
Oh my god.
a zombie bear.
But that's the joy of doing, graphic type content is that the art can tell the story, so you don't have to put in as many words because the art can tell it for you.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think that that's the beauty that I love about writing. We get so many different writers in this community, Lori. I want to say we get an even mix of fiction, screenwriting, graphic novel,
Nice.
animation. We get poetry. We've got some lyricists. We get such a range of different writing styles. And it is my belief that at the core, storytelling doesn't change. You still have to have a believable character in a believable world for whatever the world is that can create an emotional connection with the reader or the viewer or whatever the
Yep.
medium is. All that changes from format to genre is the specific elements, right? If
Mm-hmm.
it's a movie, it's the visuals. If it's a book, it's interiority. If it's a graphic novel, right, it's the combination between the visceral and then how the words are supporting the graphics.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
You're right, 100%.
All right. Let's see what we got. So let's see just what the community voted for. Let's see what you guys thought. Which of the which of the thriller horror stories had the best mystery or twist? All right. And I'm going to pull the poll. Lori, what do you think?
I don't know. I voted a certain way. Let's see. Let's see what everybody says.
All right. And pull up the results. And all right, so it looks like we got it with an overwhelming majority.
Oh,
The
that's
search.
what I voted for too.
You did?
That the mystery slash twist, it's
Mhm.
like it just builds.
Yeah, and I think I have to clarify that from a pure quality perspective, all three of the stories
They're all
were
great.
of equal quality.
Yes.
But I think when I asked myself of the surprise and the twist, I think of those three stories, right? He wants to kill me. The twist was the reveal that it's the girl, that it's the
It's
daughter.
the child was the spirit. Yeah.
The twist of Shards of Silence is that she kills
Yeah.
Vivian, right? Like it's
Yeah.
that the doll decides to act,
But
right?
the doll can actually act on its
Actually,
own.
and then the twist of the search is that she's the serial killer.
Right.
So of the three, which of the surprises or twists was the least expected? And it looks like based
Definitely
off
the
the community,
search.
they went with the search.
I feel like it was just breadcrumbs, but it was there. You know what I
Mhm.
mean? And it's just like this nagging thing in the back of your head, like, wait a minute, could it be Ruby? And then when you read that last sentence that she has this syringe and it all just kind of slams into place. It's like what's that movie? The Usual Suspects. When
Yeah.
Kaiser is walking away and it's like all the clues have been there, but now it all hits home at that very last second and you can't do anything to change it. That's what the search did to me. So bravo, everybody. Bravo to everybody. Like I had
Yeah.
a lot of fun. Like the most fun reading, I think, was actually the Shards.
hmm
I had the most fun reading that one. But man, they're all just a roller coaster. Roller coaster.
So we had such a great time with the stories today, but the competition isn't over. We're only halfway through the fun because let me tell you guys, we had some great stories today. We have even more stories tomorrow, and there's some really scary stuff. Even like I'm telling you, the genre mashup really pushed some thresholds and some boundaries. So
I'm just looking at the names of them.
Yep. As you're seeing the different one. Oh, and I think I can probably pull up the cover art. So that'll give everyone a little bit of a sneak peek of our stories queued up for tomorrow. So we had a couple stories queued up for our dark fantasy. For the dark fantasy, of which I absolutely love both these covers, by the way. And then we have a number of stories queued up for the genre mashup challenge. I was like, that. And I will.
No, thank you, Spider. No, thank you. No, my
you don't want a story about a spider? No fears of spider?
Nah, I don't like spiders. I have this shirt that says, I saw a spider, but it ended up being a piece of yarn. It's dead yarn now.
Oh. I was like, I don't like
it. I don't care if it's yarn or if it's a spider, I'm smashing it. No, thank you.
So everybody, there's the link for the Spooky Saturday live stream. Make sure to go over and like the stream. Add it to the watch later. We'll be streaming tomorrow. We'll be starting a little earlier. I want to say it's at, I literally have the schedule on the screen. We're kicking it off at 3 p.m. Eastern time, which is 12 p.m. Pacific. So 12 Pacific, 3 p.m. Eastern. We're kicking it off with the next round of stories, more voting, more guest authors joining us, and it's going to be a blast. I'm incredibly grateful to everyone here in the community, and Lori, thank you for joining us today. You're more than welcome to join tomorrow if you want to hop in the conversation. Cool. And you got because
I gotta make hot sauce tomorrow.
I can make hot sauce. Great. So when you start getting scared, then you can distract yourself.
Put hot sauce in my eyes and cry about it.
Lori, it's been absolutely phenomenal having you join today. For anybody who doesn't know you, where can they find you?
I'm Lori Calcaterra, writer-creator of Path of the Pale Rider, Western Apocalypse series where death is broken. We have things like undead bears, zombie rights, and existentialism built right into this story. Plus, what are you going to eat? Are you going to eat that chicken nugget that's still moving? I'm not. Also, if you want to follow me, I have a weekly podcast called The Tuesday Morning Brew, where I interview authors, indie creators, actors. I even had a ventriloquist once, and that was a blast. This coming week, I'm doing what's called the Slice and Dice, and I'm going to be destroying some pumpkins in the beginning of the podcast, and it's going to be chainsaws this week. So please tune in. We're going to have some shenanigans, and then I'm going to interview a guest named George Medina, who is a indie comic creator. So tune in next week at 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And this is available on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. Path of the Pale Rider. Okay, I'm done.
Absolutely incredible world building. And who doesn't want to go watch some pumpkins getting chainsawed?
Absolutely. Shenanigans and destruction. It'll be a blast.
Oh, man. Well, Lori, as always, it's absolutely incredible to have you joining us.
Thank for having me.
Community.
Thank you, community.
Thank you, everyone, for joining us today. It's been a great, great Freaky Friday. I'll see you for Spooky Saturday. And don't forget, tap that like button on the way out. Help us show the algorithms that writing streams are cool. All right, my friends. I'll see you tomorrow. Have a Freaky Friday, and take care.
They say stories never die. Some just won't stay buried. And on Freaky Friday, they return.